Biafra, yes. But I don't want Biafra of idiots. We are here to get Biafra, yes. But I don't want Biafra of idiots. Azikiwe fought for independence. Jomo Kenyatta fought for independence. Kwame Nkrumah fought for independence. Arap Moi fought for independence. Nyerere fought for independence. Even right now, remember, I don't want to talk about Eduardo dos Santos of Angola. That's different. I want to talk about Nelson Mandela. He fought for independence. Are you telling me that South Africa you have today was what Mandela fought for? Are you telling me that Mandela died, that black people will be hunting down other black people to kill? The answer is no. Why is that happening? Because the principal critical work that should have been done with the freedom fighting was not done. And what is that? Education. It's a secret. I've given it away now. You know, before we arrived at fighting for our freedom this way, I looked at the history of Africa. I looked at the history of every black freedom fighter, genuine. I looked at the history of their countries and respective territories and what happened when they got what they were looking for. Invariably, you'll be shocked. None of them made any progress. I repeat, none of them made any collective conscientious progress that you can look at and say, hey, I'm happy with this. None. Why? Because black people try to, or they are imitating, they want to imitate Europeans and white people. They think that by going to white people's school, by doing everything white people does, somehow they can effect lasting change in their lives, and the answer is no, you can't do it. Do you know why they cannot do it? There is a way that Caucasians think. It's working for them and I love it. Good luck to them. But you, as an African, you as a Biafran, if you want that piece of land to be developed, you need to think in a particular way. Not necessarily with the way the Caucasian does it. That is what we are doing, so that the legacy of Biafra will last. That Biafrans will not condone anybody. You will judge any fool who is in office and stealing money. They say don't judge anybody. So somebody can be a governor and steal people's salary and run away. Well, don't judge him as he's stealing your money. You come and say, oh God, but what are you doing? You say, oh, don't judge me, that you will not be judged. It's in the book. It's just like a pastor telling you about tithe. Or touch not my anointing. You are a criminal fake pastor. You are coming to they are coming to arrest you. Say, oh, touch not my anointing. We want Biafra to be different. That is why we educate you, we impart knowledge the way we do. So you'll be able to hold your public officers to account. Nobody can come and bring any wishy-washy, superstitious mumbo-jumbo. Tell you, oh, don't touch this. Nonsense. Everything is questionable. Everything I say. Question everything. That is how you keep your public servants on their toes all the time. To do what you want. After all, the country belongs to you. It doesn't belong to them. Power belongs to the people, and in this Biafra we are building genuinely. Power will belong to the people. How do you make them hold on to that power and discharge your responsibilities? By educating them, and that's what we're doing now. So sometimes it appears as if we are digressing. Oh, we are going towards religion. It is for a purpose. We know what we are doing. It is for a purpose. Or else you end up dumb. You won't know what they're doing. We don't want that rubbish. That's why we do things the way we do. After all, the basis of your ignorance as a black person is religion. Religion is why black Africans are dumb. By the time you come away from this bondage, my goodness, that is why we are the way we are. We are fast forwarding everything to make it quick, so that when we get Biafra, you won't mess it up. All of you with your general overseer, if you're in the Biafra army, telling me I should leave Yoruba pastors alone. If you know Yorubas don't want Biafra, is that correct? Yes, this man said, Kumiji said he is praying for the zoo not to break up. Yes? And we're fighting for the zoo to break up. Now, if this pastor of yours, because as you're going now, you give your mom your phone number or your dad. Your dad goes to Yoruba church. They ask you that, oh, where is your son? My son is fighting with the army of Biafra. The pastor can say, give me his number. I want to call him. Yoruba will call your son at the battlefront. If your son did not receive this education now, or is of a weak disposition, he'll say, okay, yes, so my general overseer, Pastor Kumi, man of God, said I should not fight anymore, that Nigeria is better for me. Since my man of God has spoken, I have to do what the man of God said. Rubbish. Now you understand why we are doing what we are doing? We want to undermine everywhere the devil will come from. Plugging all the holes that the devil will come from.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of February 2024. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. Tatabo Obochi Orie. Tatabo Obochi Orie, because in our own calendar counting, in our own calendar, Igbo calendar, we have only Afo, Nkwo, Ike, Orie. For onye ọbụla na-amaghị otu esi agụ ya biko. That is why, like the advice of Mazi Chinedu the other time here on air, he said, instead of you going on air, on social media, gossiping and talking jargon, please use that opportunity, use your platform to teach our people Igbo. At least, because could you believe that there are people that don't know how to count our calendar days? It's not funny at all. It's not funny. So at least you teach people. And I saw also some people that are teaching Igbo on social media. It's very, very good. And it should be encouraged. That is part of it. Tatabo Obochi Orie. We are only, our ancestors divided our days for business purposes. Do you understand that? Do you know, we have the key to unlock wealth. Go and listen to, is it Oba of Ekiti or something like that? One Oba, Lagos Oba, he said it some years back. That is why our ancestors named these just for business. Are you hearing me? Because this world is being controlled and ruled by economy. Our ancestors understood this is this secret, heavy secret. Are you hearing me? And they named Afo, Nkwo, Eke, Orie. Afo, Nkwo, Eke, Orie. Look at the European counting, the Gregorian calendar. Look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That is days of their deities, which means they have been more religious, more fanatically religious than Africans in every ramification, more moronic. I am telling you. That is why they named every day according to the days of their their deities, which they celebrate. Oh, today is the day of the sun. Oh yeah. Maybe how many people will be killed in order to satisfy their god, the sun? It was named like that. The day of the moon, maybe many virgins will be slaughtered in order to satisfy. That has been their work. But you see how things change? And today, we are being referred to as savages. Do you see how things can turn around? Savages are now calling Africans savages. People that named their days only for worshipping spirits that they are deities you don't know, just spirits worshipping. Have you taken your time to think about this, to ponder about it? Whereas we name our days about days of business. Market day, Nkwo market day, Eke market day, Orie market day, Afo market day, Eke market day. People go, you go to market, you hustle, you sell, you buy. You go to farms, you cultivate, you go and sell, you buy, you sell, you make a living. As we are entering into rainy season in our land, it is a clarion call for going back to farming. It is a very big pity, I am telling you with heavy hearts, that our people have forgotten about farming. They have relegated the most important thing in life to the last. Everybody is seeking for paper money. Everybody. And we in the diaspora, we are not helping issues. Honestly speaking, I said it to somebody in private. Say, Nigeria is falling apart. Naira now is 1,600 naira per $1. People now are suffering. They have to. I say, hey, do you know we in the diaspora are people suffering it much? Because there are more excuses than ever. So you have to double the way you send the money. The way you send money to relatives, to home, to everywhere, you have to double it. Because you now see tangible reason in order to send. Oh, people, nobody cares about farming. Only very few cares about farming. Because you have to send money and they will use it to go and buy something already farmed by other people. Do you now see in Niger State how they are turning back lorries with foodstuffs, loaded with foodstuffs? Say it cannot enter south. Are you seeing it? Oh, do you know that he who feeds you controls you? Do you know that? That's the reason why when Thomas Sankara took over power in 1983, he made it as a national policy, as a national emergency, in order to push people back to farming, to stop importation of food items, at least food items. And he worked wonders, because in 4 or 5 years, 1983 to 1987, Burkina Faso, the then upper voter, which Thomas Sankara changed into Burkina Faso. And you know the meaning of Burkina Faso? People of integrity, men of dignity. That is what he named his country, saying to hell with what the colonial masters gave to us as name, upper voter. So Thomas Sankara turned Burkina Faso from a hungry begging country to the main food basket of Africa. They stopped importation of food. They were self-sufficient in food production to the extent they started selling to other countries. Food. And the people we are happy. Because the first thing is for you to feed. That is number one thing. Once you're able to feed yourself, you're okay. Your main problem is being solved. That is why we urge our people, we recommend that our people go back to farming. Please. That thing you think that it is nothing, that it is a primitive, but you must eat now. Every day, whether you have money or not, you must find one way or the other to eat, to feed yourself. Otherwise, if you don't eat, you starve to death. So, food sustains life. Why are we not going into the most important thing? You say, no, if I have money, you are looking for money to buy a car. I could remember my father told us a story during the war. He said, look, during the war, people in the rural areas were far more better than people that came back from township. You hear me? people that are in rural areas that are farmers, we are more far better, far better than people in the township. You see people that are ready to sell their big cars just to not selling, exchanging it for at least 1 kilo of rice or 1 kilo of gari, because no person needs it. There comes a time when you see that you have to, all those things you don't think about in life, but they are the most important things. You know that? Do you know that? Let me see. I hope my voice is coming out, please. I need confirmation, although my dashboard, everything is okay, but I have to verify, because sometimes all these things nowadays could be funny. So everything is green. Yes, my voice is coming out. So now, all these things you don't call anything, because you are swimming in it. You can easily get it. It's easily obtainable. Early in the morning you go make tea, you drink tea, eat your akara. Very easy, you take it easily, that you are rich. You drink akam very easily. There are times it will not be easy to get even the easiest thing on earth. That time you start savoring, you start understanding. Yes, thank you very much. You start understanding that the most important thing in life is all those things that you are neglected, all those things that are negligible. Do you see people talking about, are you even aware of breathing oxygen? Are you aware? You don't even care that you are breathing, because it is so common that you don't care about it. You don't even notice it, that it is existing. But have a sick person, or you have a sick person that they need to fix oxygen. They will give you bill. Now you start, they will recommend you will be on oxygen. You say, nah, oxygen free of charge. But because the person has a mechanical failure of oxygen intake in his body, he needs to be mechanized. That is why now they write you that he needs oxygen that is harnessed. You understand? There you will understand the importance of the free oxygen you are taking. That is why this food you are eating every day, mama put ishiazo, put odazo, put chicken, put nka, because it is available. It is available to you, reachable to you. You can buy it with money. There are some situations you can have paper, that money, you fool your house. Nothing. You can buy nothing with it, because there is nothing to buy. You cannot see anything. I say, as we are told during the war, people are ready to exchange even their gold, their highest gold, for 1 cup of gari, because there is no gari. Ordinary salt, people don't see salt even in our land. It become with salt, it become gold, for you to understand how things are. That is why we recommend that our people please go back to farming. At least, even if you don't make it as your profession, yes, but at least you have obobo. Any slightest space in your yard, in outside, you plant something. Either planting, you can plant, you can also do animal husbandry. Okoko, ewu, inwe space, itinye kwe ehi Igbo. Kwe na water. Once you have all these things, you can never feel hunger. You can never die of hunger. Never. If people are talking, you keep quiet. That is how it is. Look at how they are stopping. I put it on my Facebook page, Jonas Raphael. How the governor of Niger State now gave order that no more taking of food stop out of Niger State to mostly south. Do you see it? Because they feel that they are feeding you. Why you are only interested in looking for money? After all, I can buy food with money now. What if there is no food to buy? What are you going? You will see money. Money will fool your hand, and you will hate money. Are you hearing me? Money will fool your hand, fool your house. You will even hate that paper called money. You will hate it in life. A word is sufficient for the wise. Here we always give you clues, so that whatever you do with the clues is up for you. But we urge you to do something positive with it. Thank you, my brother, that I'm coming clear. Thank you. We must continue. Remember, today is Saturday. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to religious discussions. Please, we can never shy away from this discussing religion. It is something that we can never shy away from. You heard it from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He say, yes, we are fighting for Biafra. Yes, we need Biafra. Yes. But he said he gave a condition that there is a type of Biafra we don't want. Are you hearing me? It is not every Biafra we want. No. We don't want to get Biafra at all costs. Otherwise, it will cost us our brain. We get a Biafra of stupidity. We don't want it. That is why to sanitize the brains of our people, to sanitize our brains, to make us start reasoning in another way. Because the reason why Africa, mostly Nigeria, is going down is because of the way they reason. It's in the head, nothing more. It's in the head. It's in the head. Can you tell me the rationale behind people are suffering in Nigeria? Can you tell me the rationale behind, minimum wage, the salary, minimum wage cannot buy a bag of rice, 50 kilograms of rice, that cannot reach a family one month. Only rice, minimum wage. Can you tell me the rationale? Sometimes, it seems we are thinking of rocket science, but no. Let us reason and ponder on little things. A country where the citizens, most of the citizens are on minimum wage, and the salary cannot buy a bag of rice. Okay, but you have senators, you have politicians that their salaries are 1 billion times that of minimum wage. Can you tell me the rationale behind it? Sometimes we don't even think, that is why, why we are always going into education here on Radio Biafra is to bring the brains of our people back, to come back and reason from the basics. Is there any rationale? Let me tell you something. When Thomas Sankara, a revolutionist, when he entered the power, he took power in 1983. The first thing he did was what? To reduce the presidential entourage, presidential convoy to the barest minimum. Because he had to set the example by himself or from himself. He have to start. Changes start from me. You understand? He made it as a presidential decree. He was the presidential entourage at that time, presidential convoy that full everywhere, because that he says is a waste. If you are governing, you are serving your people, you have nothing to fear. You don't fear your people. You have to mix up with your people. Now, why are you rounding yourself up? This is Now he reduced that to I think his car and another car following him. Two. Him and another one car. Each with the 3 guards. Making it either 5 or 6. Only a president. That's why he walks, he goes freely everywhere. Are you hearing me? And he started talking to the people, educating the people. Because that is the most important thing. A revolutionist must know how to convey what is inside him to the people. And that is why this radio is set up. For us to convey that revolutionary message to the people. Because without conveying it, people will not know. People will not know. Are you hearing me? He has to start moving for every day. Very vibrant young man. He was not interested in riches. He was not interested in making money at all as a president. I'm talking about Thomas Sankara. And he was talking to the people that, look, yes, we are in a revolution. This is a revolution. That there will be hard time. He warned the people. The same way the Mali head of state is warning Malians all the time that, look, there will be, this is a hard time for us, but in longer time we will be laughing. We will be enjoying, but you need to endure now. It will be hard because our enemies are around. France is around. Europeans are around to make things difficult for all of us. Know that it is not me. I love my country, but it is the Europeans because they want you to revolt against me. That is how a revolutionist talks. That is how he does. He conveys and tells the people the truth. Thomas Sankara, he made people to start working, to go into farming. And within 4 years, the result now, every family now has surplus of food. At least you feed the people needing, because when you are able to feed and feed very well, now you can work. You have a healthy society. What do you mean? What do you understand me? A healthy family. Healthy families contributes means a healthy society. A society that can now think very well. A society that can now withstand the sicknesses. Because that by that time your immune system will be built. You will be fortified. You are a natural immune system. And you will be able to withstand and work and hustle in order to contribute to the building of your society, of your country. That is the basics. Feeding. Operation Feed the Nation by Shagari that time. This is what we are spreading now to Biafrans. When you depend on foreigners for food, you are gone. If you depend on foreigners, on importation, on I can buy it, you are gone. Anything can happen to you at any time. They can decide not to bring their food and hunger will kill you. You will die with your money. They can decide to poison the food with any sickness. That is why in our land today you see young men and women suffering from something that we name foreign diseases. You see a chap of less than 30 years suffering kidney failure. In our land we didn't have all this because they are feeding on Indomie, because they are feeding on poisons every day, pumping themselves with poisons. Because you have the money, you can buy it. You take your money to buy poison, imported foods, canned foods. Oh, this is civilization. You are lying to yourself. You are going happily into abyss. I am telling you, there is nothing like eating locally produced food. You know, I could remember when we were little, we hardly buy something outside. Only maybe meat or sometimes fish. Every other thing you gather it from Obubo, from the farm. Beans, all these things, you gather them. But today is no more. Because you believe that it's part of civilization. No, it is not. It is not. Are you hearing me? It is not. We have to have a healthy family, a healthy nation, whereby no person, no country can blackmail us using food. As you see now, you are seeing the northerners, their body language. Every time they say, we stop feeding you. Imagine that they are the real people feeding us. Imagine what they would do. They will blockade everywhere. No more food. But kaichuwe uji mgbechi kade. Ono na him neku. Kaichuwe uji mgbechi kade. This is raining season. We are entering. It is time. Not only brother send. Because send the good to buy. No. Use your initiative in order to do something farming. Do something farming, either a plant or animal. Anyone or both, if you have the space. That is it. So today, as you may know, I've started this. Today we will also go on the topic continuous colonial legacy in Africa. Today I'm going to talk about religion as one of the colonial legacies in Africa. The religion that is not try to mankatanishi. The religion is one of the weapons or the legacies of colonialism that is still in our land. I will be talking about them. Government is part of it. I will be talking, but today I will talk about the religion as one of the colonial legacies in Africa in general, and in the zoo called Nigeria in particular. That is the topic of today, religion as one of the colonial legacies in Africa. So, it is a discussion. Always what we say here, what we do here is this. We are Republicans in nature, and this is a Republican radio. This is People's Radio, where we debate. You understand? Where we listen to, we bow to superior arguments. So whatever you hear me say, I am also available, ready, in order to make sure that if you have any opposite or opposing views, please, when the lines are open, do not hesitate to call me, please. To call here on this radio in order to put out their point. We are all learning. All we want is the best, superior argument, and nothing more. It is not that we are attacking any religion. Please, the same way you can, you look at it as very good when your pastor mounts on the pulpit and start preaching. We also have the right to preach our own, please. We also have the right. It is not attacking any other religion. But we are making, we are bringing out the historical facts and, points that go towards, facts and figures that solidify what we say. So if you have any other arguments or opposing arguments, do not hesitate. You can also inbox me, mostly on my Facebook through Messenger. If you want maybe for us to co-host this as somebody in the opposite side, this is what I've been looking for. I will be very happy for us to have an open debate on religious topics, please. I will love it. I love it. I want you to come to prove me wrong. I want you to come and to watch all my my points, please, with the facts and figures. We are not fighting. We are brothers and sisters. Are we not Republicans? What does Republicans mean? You can, onye kuruche ya. So that in our normal Igbo Omunna system, one person doesn't decide. He doesn't make decision. No. It is a collective decision. You understand? That is pure republicanism. So when we are teaching, when we are talking about all these issues, including religious issues, you can also call me and oppose what I'm saying. But what I'm asking, what I'm urging is for us to do it in a civilized manner. Are you understanding me? When we talk about civilization, many people, here our grammar. Civilization just means the highest form of human character, the most advanced form of human character. That is it. That's it. So we do it in our most human advanced. We are not quarreling, not emotions. You talk, I talk. I talk, you talk. You talk, I talk. We make points as brothers. And the people that are listening can also ask questions. So I'm expecting any person of opposite view, you can inbox me. Hey, Mazi Jonathan, please, I would like us to fix one day so that look what I don't agree. I would like us to fix a date so that we talk in the public on this radio, and also we hear from people. I would be very happy to accept it, honestly speaking. Because I'm a person, I'm not the kind of person that shy away from debate. No. Right from time. I know during my school days, even secondary school days, I am very good in quiz. I represent our school very well. Quiz. So I am not the kind of person that shies away. I talk, I say no, I run away. No. Now, that is how it goes, please. But what baffles me, I've been speaking for many years concerning this religion. Instead of people to come openly to say, Mazi, let us have a debate, or no, call and bring your point. Now I say, no, I don't want, because these are people, the worst thing religion did to us is to even stunt or relegate our republicanism. No debate. They don't like debate. Higher they will tell you now, no, a carnal man does not understand the things of the spirit. Come on, man. Who is carnal and who is spiritual? You are wearing clothes, I'm wearing clothes. You are eating food, swallowing fufu and egusi. I'm doing the same thing. Now, when it comes to reason, you say, no, I cannot understand. Does it make any sense? It's no, you understand? We want that thing, that place. You say, no, don't go. We have entered into that place, that holy of holies. That is nothing. That fear factor they use in gripping us, we have broken it. Many of us have broken it. I'm telling you, it doesn't. It's not. It's just a illusion. They use illusion. That is it. So I am calling on, if somebody that is out there hearing my voice, not typing on comment section, you type okay balaga. No, you talking no, you day this religion, no force, this and that. Who is forcing who? Who is? If we are preach like they put into us that Mongo Park discovered River Niger, and we grew up, become matured, and found out that they lied to us. And we start preaching that no, Mongo Park didn't discover River Niger. And you see, they come and start saying, no, believe what you believe. Let me believe what I believe. What I believe is Mongo Park discovered River Niger. That is what I wrote, and I have a one. So it's you that know. Does it make sense? No, don't force me to believe that Mongo Park did not discover River Niger. Does it make sense? It's the same thing we are talking about here on religion. We are dealing with the facts and figures, not I believe. You are calling God of Elisha, you don't know what the meaning. Instead of calling God of Okaf and Okeke, But you are calling a God of Ahab. You don't even know who they are. They don't know you. Is it not a common sense? How common sense? Kaina. That is Biafra. We don't want to restore a nation of Biafra of gullibles, stupid set of people that will defend their religion instead of defending their nation. That is what we don't want. And that is why we are doing it now. Please. We are doing it now. Please. We must continue. We must continue. Now, as I said, there are many things, in the news headlines, but I will not go there for now. I will leave it for another day. I will leave them for another day. Because I want to go direct to the topic of today's submission. Religion as one of the continuous legacies in Africa that is still there holding us. That is religion. Now, when we talk about colonization, colonial legacy, all these are grammar, English language. We need to be breaking them down. Colonization is just the action or process of taking over, exploiting and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area. Mmadụ bịa begi onye mbozo bata na bono. Like just let me see in the Fulani now. We are shouting, oh, Fulani headsmen. Oh, they are coming. They are destroying our farmland. Why are they doing this? In order to put to fear, so that we run and leave the land, our land for them, and they will be in charge. Now they will be in control of everything, exploiting. Your land will become their land, as they are doing in the Middle Belt, and they are coming. When we say this, people don't, when we say they are coming, people don't understand. Do you remember Obadiah Maelafia? When he was talking sometime before his death, Dr. Obadiah Maelafia. That man, anytime I remember him, I become sad even for him, because I am telling you honestly. Instead of running away and staying alive and be doing what you are doing from far. Instead, he said he will stay in his father's land I think in either Kaduna, southern Kaduna. How they killed him like a chicken. Obadiah Maelafia, when he was talking some time before he died, somebody called him. He said, I think on air also, or on comment section. I think he's an evil man. He said, you people this is a lot of karma. Now, you people are suffering it because you also helped in order to kill the Igbos during the Biafra war. And which is correct anyway, because we cannot say otherwise. It's correct. But the man replied something. Dr. Obadiah Maelafia. He said, look, do not look at this happening in Middle Belt as only restricted to Middle Belt. Once they get our land complete, it will be a springbox for them to launch into the east, into Biafra land. He said it's complete. He said, so when they are killing us, as they are killing us now, don't laugh. Say, no, they are killing them. They help kill us. Yes, we know. But we better be proactive. You know why America is still powerful? They go to wage war in foreign land in order to prevent the war from coming to their place, to America. Do you see it? Do you see the sense there? They went to Afghanistan and waged war. Otherwise, they don't want to wait until the war. They plan everything, they organize and start sending their agents to come and bomb America. So they have to go there and cause that confusion, wage it there. They have casualties, they have it there. And to make their land safe. Do you see the brain? Do you see? It's just very simple arithmetic. Now, They are killing people. The Fulani is on complete rampage in the whole of the north. I'm telling you this. Because their chieftains, they are in high positions in the military, in Asarok, everywhere in the Nigeria system. They occupy high positions everywhere, or the highest positions. So the Fulani, they see that that Nigerian, the indigenous people in Nigeria, the most. I used to say this, and unless you prove me wrong with facts and figures, I continue saying it. The indigenous people in Nigeria are the most stupid set of people in the whole world. I am telling you, what the indigenous people in Nigeria are suffering today, no other people can suffer, will agree to suffer this in this 21st century. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? No other indigenous people will agree to suffer it, to tolerate it. But do you know the trick of the Fulani? They hold every indigenous people in that zoo called Nigeria with the hatred of the Igbos. Once you want to write, they will tell you, hey, do you want Igbos? They will carry your brain, go to how Igbos want to get Biafra. That Igbos, they are dominating. Do you want to, as you are watching the Igbos, they are digging your grave. From north. I could remember during the election campaign, presidential campaign, the last election campaign, the zoo, I remember on social media, one Fulani man, he went to the Christian church in the north, in one of, whether southern Kaduna or any place he started preaching to them that, look, you have to vote. Do not care that you are Christian. You are first of all a northerner. Sorry, unless you can quote me wrong, please. But the Christians are the most gullible. I am telling you, the most gullible. Christians in Africa, in the zoo called Nigeria, are the most gullible and foolish that cannot think. I am telling you. The man was telling them. He said, you are Christians, so don't think that the people in the south, Christians in the south, you are the same with them. No, consider yourself first of all northerner. But today, who are they killing? The Fulani on the rampage without pity. No person is saying, can you trust Christians? Say, when it comes to money, is when everybody is the same. Oh, we are one. Christians, you donate. But when it comes to helping, like when people are being killed, Christians are being killed in the north. You count on Christians around the world, in the south and around the world, in order to help you. They will pray for you. They will help you in prayer. Finish. They will pray for you, give you heavy prayer. American night vigil. Now cancel and then you get power. Why they are burning your churches, burning people, slaughtering, massacring people? Inter society have said it that is it more than the year 2023 is the worst year for Christians in Nigeria. Let me see the number they talked about. Is it not how many Christians being slaughtered in Nigeria? Is it not up to 150,000 according to their estimates, which is far more safe? Are you hearing me? So when Christians in the north, can they count on their counterparts in the south? The answer is no. Highest thing they will give you is prayer. And you are dying. No, nothing more. Let us remember our people in the north, our fellow Christians in the north, in prayers. Yeah, very funny. I'm telling you, very, very funny. Very, very funny. So, it is now left for us to chart our route, and that is what we are doing. To chart our route. So, I am going into the subject matter, which is religion, one of the continuous colonial legacies in Africa. As I've defined colonization in a basic form. It is the action or process of taking over, exploiting and establishing control over the indigenous people of an area. That is colonization, simple. So, just I could remember when maybe if we are farming, maybe we go to farm and we see that maybe the farm, the boundary was shifted with maybe 1 meter. Do you see the quarrel? This is what I'm saying. No, quarrel in the farm that day. No. You have, this is the back. There will be meeting for it. I got for it. Just ordinary 1 meter, or half a meter shifting of a farmland boundary. You see how it bends. Talk less of coming to your land, taking over your land, and taking control, exploiting anything they see in the land. You become their slave. How does it feel? That is colonization. Now, I'm talking about the continuous colonial legacy. Today I'm talking about religion. Religion, which is one of the continuous colonial legacy in Africa and in Nigeria in particular. Are you hearing me? Now, let me continue by saying this, that Christianity and colonialism are often closely associated with each other due to the service of Christianity to colonialism. Christianity served the colonialism and is still serving as a neo-colonialist. In neo-colonialism, that is conditioning our mindsets perpetually, permanently, in order to accept the superiority of those that brought this into us. Ask yourself, why is it that look at the churches? What you see is St. Christopher Catholic Church, St. Mulumba Anglican Church, all are saints. The whole saints are foreigners, non-African. Non-African. It is high time we start changing all those nonsense names and be putting St. Okeke. People came and said that all of us, all our ancestors, everybody is savages. And you indirectly accept it. Do you know why? You quote from the book, just ordinary book they wrote. Every day, your life depends on it. God of Elijah. Why not God of Okafor? Let us start changing. Start changing our mouths. Saint Okeke, Saint Okafor, Saint Chibike. Local saints. Because we are. But religion, colonialism has made you believe that you are all, the whole saints are Oyibo. People, why wouldn't it? Because they brought God now, that's it. So, Christianity and colonialism are often closely associated. What I'm reading is a historical fact. It's not something I make up, no. And because we cannot shy away from talking, why we talk about this particularly Christianity is the religion we know in our land. Generally, you have two religions that are, exploiting the world, or have exploited and continue exploiting the world. Christianity and Islam. That is it. But we talk about Christianity because it's the one we know. Now, in Kenya, today. So that is the one we know. We know most. Are you hearing me? When they talk about Islam, say, they don't want to Islamize us. Why are you crying? Do you know that what the Fulani are doing, Islamization now, is not up to 1% of what the Europeans did to us? Today you are seeing it and say, no, we don't want to be Islamized. So, do you see how in this time around, they kill our people inside the farms. They use money, induce, buy you to change and start praying Islam so that they will make you rich. These are ways of conquest. But you are shouting now because you are alive and seeing it. The worst one that was done to us by the Europeans, you didn't see it. That's why you take it as a little thing, you don't even count, you don't mind. The whole people that were slaughtered, they have gone by the Europeans. They come to the communities and burn down everything. These Europeans you are calling saints. I want you to be, what the Fulani are doing in Nigeria, in our land today, is not up to 1% of what the Europeans did. Using Christian, they are converting us, our ancestors. You understand? So I want you to be using what you are seeing today in order at least to compare what our ancestors saw. Are you hearing me? Now, through a variety of methods, Christian missionaries acted as the religious arms of the imperial powers of Europe. That is the truth. The Christian missionaries, they acted as the religious arm of the imperial power. Religious arms, Mara religion of the imperial powers of Europe. Because mental slavery, mental colonization is more deadly than physical colonization. Are you hearing me? Mental colonization is more deadly. You go to my timeline, Facebook timeline, please, Jonas Raphael. Scroll a bit, you will see where I put it. There was the picture of a horse, very giant horse, being tied to an empty seat. A seat that horse can, maybe the weight will be up to 500 kilograms. But the seat, he's been breathed now, the rope, the horse rope now tied to the horse and tied to an empty seat. That seat is not up to 500 grams. If the horse just flip it, it will break into pieces. But the horse remained obedient and stood waiting because he has been conditioned to be like that. Without him knowing that, look, if he just shake his head, that seat will fly up and break into pieces and he will go his way. That is conditioning. That is the way religion is being used by the colonizers in order to permanently condition our mindset so that we cannot fight, so that we accept that, oh, they brought good things to us, oh, they brought development to us, oh, our enemies, they brought education. Hell, we are far. I am telling you, we are far. That is the problem. Now, according to a renowned historian, Christian missionaries were initially portrayed as visible saints, exemplars of ideal piety in a sea of persistent savagery. Who are those persistent savages? Our ancestors, they are calling savages. And we accepted it until today. You are counting, our ancestors killed twins. That is anathema. It's abomination that is coming out from you. However, by the time the colonial era drew to a close in the later half of the 20th century, missionaries were viewed as ideological shock troops for colonial invasion. They are colonialism's agent, scribe, and moral alibi. They say the missionaries were viewed as shock troops. Now, I start looking for what is shock troop to know the real meaning. Shock troops, you know what it means? Commandos. Shock troops are formations created to lead an attack. Before an attack, before the infantry are at the back, the shock troops, they are in front. People that can, buff during the Biafra war, buff. The commandos, the green berets, they don't care. They go and scatter, even if there are 100, only 2 people go home, no problem. They are often better trained and equipped than other infantry, and they are expected to take heavy casualties even in successful operations. Their death doesn't mean anything. Shock troops. These are the people that make way for infantry invasion. You understand? That is what missionaries stood for. They came first. You will understand historically. We are not Christianized before being colonized. No. The missionaries came. They softened our mind, they Christianized us. Now, once they see that they had breakthrough, now they colonize us direct. The other time I talked about Japan. When in the 15th century, when the Portuguese came to Japan Islands, and they were being converted, within few years, more than 100,000 Japanese have converted, including some of their elites. They were saying, this thing, it will help us to do trade with Portuguese and Spanish. But after, their wise people looked back and said, look, they checked in Philippines. The Europeans have converted the Philippines and they have taken over power. They were now in charge of Philippines. They were now in charge of their country, of the country of Philippines. Because they succeeded in converting them to their religion. Because once you are converted into one religion, now you see that religion as your main people. You trust them. You become obedient. Are you hearing me? You become obedient to them, to the religion, to the hierarchy. And where does the hierarchy come from? From foreign land. So they can command you. They will give signal to their government and say, this is the time. They are in our hand. We are in charge. So you have to come and do your own. The government will now, they will now take over the land. And you'll be answering, so you'll be feeling fine with it. If you want to say, no. They will show you where it is written in their Bible that you shouldn't rise up. Touch not my anointed. Don't touch not my anointed. You have to obey the anointed man of God. And you even if you want to rise up, you see that the colonial masters are killing your people. Once they say no, leave, these are unbelievers, it is good. The Bible says that Christ didn't come to bring peace. He came to cause confusion. So that you will be against unbelievers, you'll be against unbelievers. You have nothing to do with unbelievers. Now they put a hedge between you and your brothers, and you feel that you are with them, and they will be massacring your people in the name of their savages, their unbelievers, their sinners. Do you see that? And you are happy following them. Before you know, they will kill the people that will resist. Now every other one that is in the religion is now no more. Is humbled and humiliated till today. They will be preaching to you. Now you're a sinner. Don't think about sinning. You go to confession on Saturdays, and you confess to the agent, the colonial masters. Even whether you want to have any plan in order to resist or in order to rise up against what they see, they will urge you, they will beat you mentally into confessing your sin, because they call it a sin. Once you finish, you become You know, everybody now will talk pacified, pacification. You cannot rise up. Is it not what is happening in our land? You cannot rise up because of the religious indoctrination. But the little did you know that this is one of the continuous legacies of colonial legacies in our land, to keep us down so that we don't rise up. If you want to rise up, say, how can you go and kill your Saint Michael? Remember, he's a saint. He brought development. They will preach. Don't worry, God is in control. Let me read just one news headline, just one or two, please. Let me read it. Okay. I read this the other day. Economic hardship. Nigeria needs urgent spiritual help by Adeboye. I read it 2 or 3 days ago on air. He's doing the colonial job. It's the colonial legacy. To remove your mind, to pacify you, to make you understand that no, your problem is not all this government. It's not all these people, the political elites. No, they are not. Your problem is spiritual. And you will hear people say, no, Kanamai cannot understand the things of. Tell Adeboye not to eat. Tell him not to remove his clothes as a spiritual man and to go in the spirit. Walk in the spirit now. Let's see. We are in a physical world, but know that all these things are used colonial legacies that are still holding us down, so that we cannot move an inch. Now, another thing I want to read. Look. These are Borno state government declares one-day fasting and prayer over inflation, hardship, and insecurity. This is February 16, 2024 news. Yesterday, nya. Are you hearing me? A governor in office, he declares one-day fasting and prayer over inflation, hardship, and insecurity. And he is a governor. He is moving on public fund. Oh. This is religion. One of the colonial legacies that is still hanging very heavy on the necks of our people, on the necks of Africans. Let me read it a bit. If in England, if in Italy, a mayor or a governor make this type of statement, that day the people will rise up and he will run away from the office. They will pursue him away from the office. That day, immediately, they will ask him to know whether it is with prayer he entered there or with their votes. And you see what religion, the weapon of religion, it is too heavy, very heavy. And these people, they know. They are just used, it is for controlling of masses. And you will see people in Borno, they will be praying. Both the Christians and Muslims, oh no, this man is God. They will even love the man more better. Very good. Oh, this man is religious, he is godly. Hey, people will be fasting and praying. Yawan run at his mansion, governor's mansion, or now he will be laughing. Because he knows that he is holding everybody hostage. That is colonial legacy. The weapon is still there. Let me read a bit, please. Because Nigerians are not ashamed. The Borno state government has declared a one-day fasting for residents to seek the face of God, to intervene in the country's rising cost of food items and the spate of landmine explosions across its major roads. These people are evil. You know why? I don't blame them. I blame the gullibility of the population. They are exploiting the foolishness of the people in order to do anyhow. I don't blame them. until people become wise. If people are wise, can he venture to do that? That day he is running away from governor's house and running away for good. No, not to return back. But people are stupid because of religion. You seek the face of God to intervene in the country's rising cost of food items. Oh, you don't manufacture nothing. You don't manufacture nothing. And you import everything. You complete manufactured goods you import. And you want to be like those manufacturers. You see, I used to give example with India. India was colonized by Britain, but they refuse religion. They refuse British religion, European religion. Are you hearing me? These are people that are not driven by emotion. They refuse, and today India is going well, very well. And one thing that baffles me is this. Listen, do you know that the father of India independence, Mahatma Gandhi, was shot and killed with gun by a Hindu radical? Do you know that? And today Indians are happy. They are thankful to the guy. Do you see that? Do you know the reason? Go and make your researches anyway. But let me give you a hint. You know, India, Mahatma Gandhi tried. He is a great man, honestly speaking. He fought for India independence in a peaceful manner. And India got independence as two countries. But he was not happy. Mahatma Gandhi was not happy that India divided into Pakistan and India. He was busy trying to unify. Let me tell you, as freedom fighters, as awakened mindset of freedom fighters, you don't go with sentiment. Any person, I say, can you hear me? Listen. Any person that goes against the rules or the terms of genuine independence, no sentiment, even if he is the person that initiated that independence, that fought for it. You know, they don't behave like Africans now that have sentiment. Oh, leave him now. Do you know he's the father of independence? Yesterday, you know what he suffered? It's him that even bring up. They say to hell, he has done his job. He want to put us into a very big. Do you know that the British can turn around and use him, Mahatma Gandhi, in order to keep Indians he fought for into slavery? Do you know that? But little did they know that revolution has caught fire in the mindset of people. They said, Mahatma Gandhi, sorry, you are our father. You did everything for us, but this time you are going. We don't understand you again, and we cannot go back. Trying to unite. Unite for what? Because Mahatma Gandhi was busy trying to clamor one India. No division. Pakistan, no. I fought for overall freedom of everybody, including, it doesn't matter we are Hindu, it doesn't matter you are Muslims, we are together, one unity. He never knew that even the British, they also want to twist him. He is doing the biddings of the British. But the people under him, they understand that the time has come for this man to go. Are you hearing me? The time has come for this man to go. He has done his job. If it is you, you have sentiment. No. Who did this? But the people, do you know what is nation? Where millions of people's interest is involved. Do you know what it means? After maybe one person will hold this hostage, like in Nigeria. Come on. Somebody will turn himself into a cannon bulb in order to kill himself and kill people and kill that person. The guy killed him and he was caught. I think he was sentenced to death. Normal. The guy he shot and killed Mahatma Gandhi in 1948. 1 year after independence. They said, this man, now you are this, you are too much India, big India, you don't too much. We are good as we separate ourselves. Otherwise, if we continue being big, one big country, we are going nowhere. And they saw that they cannot stop. Now, they plan it. One person go and shoot him, sacrifice him life and sacrifice him, the man and kill the man. That is how it should be. Today, they are thankful of the man because had it been, they use sentiment. Oh man, Gandhi is the father of our nation. Let us follow him as he is. By today, India would have been even worse than Nigeria. Do you know that? So, one person should never hold the destiny of a whole millions of people into hostage. Now you hold it with emotion. It's emotion. Emotion. Hey, now yesterday he was no. We are in a national revolution, independence, freedom. Once you play your part, another person will take over and play his part. Another person, if you fuck up, national interest continues. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he even said it on he used himself and give example. He said, any day I come out and start saying, cut off my neck, because no person can joke with Biafra. It's our collective interest that matters. Do you see that? That is what happened in Mahatma Gandhi's case, for your information. So, why, ask yourself, why is it that India, they never accepted mental colonization, but today they are doing very well? You know that? You know, mental colonization is the worst, is more dangerous than physical colonization. Physical colonization, one day, the people will go. But mental colonization, it cannot go, because you use it, you born your child, you immerse that your child, you train that your child in that mental colonization, and religion is one of them. And that is why it's very difficult, very, very difficult. You know, here in Ekuwen, to open, to be awakened, it's not easy. I am telling you, it's very, very hard. It needs another thing, another type of mindset, in order to speak the way we speak. Are you hearing me? It needs another type of mindset, another type of awakening, in order to speak the way we do when it comes to religion. It's because it's not easy. What they use in training your parents, upbringing your parents, colonizing your parents, and thereafter they born us, and we start drinking breast with it and growing with it. You think it's easy to remove? That's why we have to take it easy. That's why I always like people to come and challenge what I'm saying openly, so that we have very vibrant debate, but in a civilized and brotherly manner. No, I'm not in there. No. With facts and figures. That is how it is. And people will be listening. Because when people are listening, they are, people are absorbing reason, facts and figures. People are absorbing. People that are listening, they are absorbing it. It's not something you can. That's why in some things, they will tell the public, now vote on social media. So it's not, you cannot bribe it. It's public opinion. Now any person they vote for, it's for the public. It's not for you. It's not for anybody's fault or anything. So that is how we roll. Now let me continue reading what the Borno State governor, he said. The fasting is scheduled for Monday, February 19. Fasting for to fight insecurity, to fight the food inflation. Whereas every other country is trying to find one way or the other to better themselves as a country, using technology, Nigeria, they are fasting and praying. It's official. They are fasting. Governor Babangana Zulum disclosed this in an interview in a statewide broadcast on Friday, noting that the state government will be investing in modern farming techniques, providing support to local farmers, and creating incentives for agricultural innovation. But they are fasting and praying. Now you ask, you have insecurity, and you are crying for insecurity. But you have repentant Boko Haram, don't you? You recruit them back into the society, and not only that, into Nigerian police and army. People, radicals, you call them repentants. What America did, and even Saudi Arabia did, and it backfired, few of them. And now is what Nigeria is going to. Some people in Guantanamo Bay, you know, when the world was shouting, release them, this and that, yes, which also, because they were there, you know, without being tried. No law hold them. Because if America just America leased that land, Guantanamo Bay, from Cuba, since decades, of which when Fidel Castro entered power in 1959, he stopped taking the money for the lease till today. But America built that Guantanamo Bay there, the prison, so that no law applicable to American citizens will be applied there, because it's not in American mainland. You see, how they go over law. You not prove that place is America. It's under lease, so it's not American soil. Had it been, it's American soil, you know. But still, many of those people, or terrorist suspects, and all the rest of them that were there, unjudged, or without being judged, or without being charged. Some of them, they pretend to have repented after many years, more than 10 years, some of them. And America sent them. There is one they sent, I could remember, there is one they sent back to his country, I think Saudi Arabia. Saudi government gave that boy everything, even to want to marry for him, gave him house, state of the art mansion, anything he wants they give to him, so that to pacify him more, because he said he have repented, and he was staying inside there. One day he just disappeared, and another place they saw him, I think he was in Syria or Iraq, making video on how he is beheading, is it American soldiers or Christians? I don't know. He was a repentant. Somebody, they even put resources, everything. Talk less of they will catch a Boko Haram today. Tomorrow they say he have repented. And they put him back into Nigerian army. And they are talking about, he will be there giving information to his people. The Boko Haram people. That is it. But today, they know all these things, but they are people, political elites that are deceiving their people. They know what they are doing. But no state government declare one day fasting and prayer over inflation, hardship, insecurity. That is religious. I mean, one of the religion as one of the colonial legacies. That has been Islam and Christianity. These two religions. Islam has been there. You understand? You know, just like the clip I played, the guy, the Liberian man, he said it, that the Northerners, they need two revolutions because they are colonized 2 times. One is the Sokoto Caliphate. Now before the British come. So they have 2 folds of colonization. If we Southerners, if we vex about, as we are now awakening about colonialism, our defense will fall back to our tradition and culture. But he said the Northerners, the caliphate. They don't have culture to fall back to. That's why everything they are doing is at the base of Islam, which is also a colonial legacy. So do you see they have double trouble. Double trouble. I gosh, back to our roots. They don't have even any root to go back to again. That is why they are trying to Islamize us for us to see what they saw, what they are seeing, so that we will no more have any root. We will be doubly colonized, first by Britain, now by Islam. So you don't know which one. You become confused in life and in afterlife even. You see, that is what is worrying them. Are you hearing it? So let me continue. Let me continue remember, today I am talking about religion being one of the continuous colonial legacy in Africa and in Nigeria in particular. That is what I'm talking about. Please, we must continue. Now, in some regions, almost all of a colony's population was forcefully turned away from its traditional belief system and forcibly turned towards the Christian faith, which colonizers use as a justification for their extermination of adherents of other faiths, their enslavements of natives, and their exploitation of lands and sea. Are you hearing it? Oh, no, I want to you know, when you see this word, oh, guy, no, the same thing. I'm from people in Dinekwe. That is why it used to pain me. You see your brother, you say Galatians 5 again, no, say, do not associate yourself with unbelievers, and you are talking to your brothers. Akbo meeting on he said, no, you are not going because on the they divided us in order to exploit us. Are you hearing me? It is very sad. Religion is being used to divide us, honestly speaking. That is why we have to fall back. We have to fall back to who we are as a people, so that we have one channel that we are going. Not different channels. Some are going to east, some are west, some are north, some are south. No. A people, we should have a channel. We should have just a road that is perfect for us, for our collective interest. That is why Biafra is our religion. Okay, as I was saying, according to a renowned historian, Christian missionaries were initially portrayed as visible saints, exemplars of ideal piety in a sea of persistent savagery. Who are savages? Our ancestors. That is what they called us. And that word stuck to today. That is why when you see a religious bigot, he will start talking against his own ancestor, against our ancestors. That our ancestors menka. Whereas the European ancestors that committed all sorts of evil, genocide. No, they don't talk against them. They are saints. Saint Christopher, Saint Martins, Saint Theodore, Saint this and that. However, by the time the colonial era drew to a close in the latter half of this 20th century, missionaries were viewed as ideological shock troops for colonial invasion. They are colonialism's agents, scribe, and moral alibi. You know what is moral alibi? Just like King Leopold, he killed more than half of the population of Congolese to make them Christians. Do you see that? Now the missionaries will be given, these people, they are worshiping idols. So it gives them the moral alibi in order to kill them. Are you hearing me? They kill in the name of religion. But today you are pacified. They say, no, don't. If they slap you the other side, turn the other side. What type of misinformation and, lies and hypocrisy? Well, I want, if the line opens, please call and give a contrary view. I'll be happy for us to discuss more. Okay. In some regions, almost all the colonies' populations was forcibly turned away from its traditional belief system and forcibly turned towards the Christian faith, which colonizers use as justification for their extermination of adherents of other faiths, their enslavements of natives, and their exploitations of land and seas. Yes, I've said it. Okay. The swift European colonization of the African continents, as crystallized by the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, would have been impossible without the insidious role played by Christian missionaries. Christianity was used to permanently pacify African resistance. Christianity was used. This is a historical record I am reading, please. Christianity was used. We must continue. As I was saying, let me continue. The swift European colonization of the African continent, as crystallized by the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, would have been impossible without the insidious role played by the Christian missionaries. Christianity was used to permanently pacify African resistance, ably coupled by the gun. Is pacification. When they finish what they are doing, they turn us into cowards, idiots. No, don't fight back. Instead, go to prayer. As they are killing Christians in Nigeria, you go to prayer. I saw in one time, I think either last year or last 2 years, where the Fulani, they killed and burnt churches and people's homes in, I think, southern Kaduna. And after everything, one pastor went there with a group of people and he carried Bible, he knelt down there, crying and praying. That is what Christianity was being used for. To pacify you, so that you only cry. Cry to God. Is it God that killed you? Is it God that burn your house? You are crying to God. Somebody that did it, you have to go and revenge. Arm yourself and do the same thing. The way, iron to iron. Now you start crying to God. It's just like you have children. Every time your child will go outside, they beat him. He say, "Come and he starts crying to you." This his mate too. They will beat him. He come, papa. They beat him. How are you going to feel? You are going to tell the guy, hey, anytime they beat you, beat the person back. If you come here again, I will slap you. That is how you are going to warn your child, your kid, in order to make him powerful. But Christians, no, they are pacified. Once a kid, oh no, you cry for God. Look at in Myanmar today, Burma. When one time, according to the report, they targeted Burma Muslims, Rohingya Muslims. They said, saying that they are not citizens, they are not real citizens, this and that. What happened? Saudi Arabia and other Muslim countries lobbied internationally and everywhere in CNN. Even Pope himself talk about it, condemned and they arm them now. They are fighting. The same in Indonesia. Is it in Java? The same everywhere. They are fighting. Because they know that there is no spirit, no God that will come and revenge for them. No, it is illusion. It is the cry, pacification. They make you weak. That is the continuous legacy, colonial legacy, that is ruining our life. That is why we don't care what happens to one another. That, we are talking about that. Our people should be prepared that they are coming from a middle belt. They are coming from the north to middle belt, as they are, scattering, killing everybody, killing communities, indigenous people in the north and middle belt. That we should be prepared. I say, but how can our people be prepared? Whereas something that is even happening to their brother in a computer village in Ikeja, others in Ketu, in my 12, they say it never reach us. So they are even pacifying. They don't care what happened 2 kilometers to them. They don't care about it. Now we are talking about people. Be prepared. What is happening until and before that time it will be too late. You start shouting, IPOB, ESN, we are on a day. They burn our houses, so Fulani, they have come. Now it is time for you to prepare. Let's join hands together in order to redeem ourselves, remove ourselves from this cowardice, pacification by religion. We go back to our roots. Nzobu Enyimba. That is Ekumeku warriors. That is how we were. Before they come and they came, the colonial masters, colonizers came and started pacifying us using a quotation from their so-called book that God wrote. So God wrote to them, he didn't write us. Sometimes I'm letting them say, why? So I was thinking like this before. I was foolish, honestly. I was foolish. But I'm happy that I'm redeemed. So if the whole world, in the whole world, we are nothing, God cannot write through us. No. Because we are, so what they call us savages is what we are. So you say word of God to them. Because God cannot talk to us. Is that what you are saying? And when you are quoting it, you say, why are we, what is all this? Why can we be thinking like this? It is affecting us. This, legacy, colonial legacy of religion is being used to divide us into shreds, into piecemeals. But we must continue because our eyes are now open. That is why IPOB is one family. IPOB is one family. Now I ask you, imagine the Afghanistan. America invaded Afghanistan. Soviet Union first invaded them, I think 1969, and they resisted. America also invaded them. And today, those that resisted America are ruling Afghanistan. They liberated themselves. Do you see how things move? I want you to understand. Imagine when America invaded Afghanistan. Do you think that they could be able to sustain resistance to the occupation? If had it been Afghanistan was Christianized, as they go, they started Christianizing them. Missionaries go start preaching with everything, and if unfortunately Afghans accept their religion, today Afghanistan will be happy that happily colonized by America. Even if America pulls out, they will put their system of government, put their puppet as their president, and they will be now answering Williams, will be now answering Augustine. They will be now answering, they are happy, they are be reading the word of God through American way. Do you think that Afghanistan would have been what it is today, liberated? The answer is no. Once a country, a place is colonized, the first thing to keep them under permanent colonization, even if the colonizers physically go, is to impose religion. It is number one thing. Religion gives you permanent colonialism, permanent. So that you don't even, you see that horse, big horse that is being tied. Go to my Facebook platform, you will see it. A big horse, you see him big for nothing. He's being tied to a seat, a seat that doesn't weigh 500 grams. He doesn't know that he have the capacity to break that seat into pieces and go his way. He doesn't know that. But because he has been conditioned into that, that is what religion does. It is a colonial legacy. It makes you even love your colonizers. You revere them as saints. Through religion, a people is permanently conditioned to be obedient to their colonizer. It is what we are suffering today. When you talk about freedom, people say, quick freedom. Now you make telephone. It is them that brought development. How? They start showering praises to people that killed us, to people that committed genocides against us. And do you know what? Funny enough, today is the 16th day. No, yesterday, 16th day of February 2022. Russia's Medvedev proposes setting December 14 as Memorial Day for victims of colonialism. Do you know that the people that understand that they are pitying us as colonized victims of colonialism? But the worst part of it is that many of our people don't understand that we are victims. Instead, they are happy that, Oyibo come and develop us. Chinekele. This is horrible. Honestly horrible. Medvedev proposes setting December 14 as Memorial Day for victims of colonialism. We are victims of colonialism. But religion makes you embrace your colonial master. You thank them for even remembering to come and kill our ancestors. It is very, very sad. And also, according to Central African Republic President, the same 16th of February 2024, he said, Western colonialism is main cause of Africans' instability. Central African Republic President says, and it's true. But do you know that because you are in there, they have put you as one of them, a believer. That is why indigenous spirituality in Africa has lost its relevance and vitality owing to the domination of Islamic and Judeo-Christian beliefs. The latter belief system were externally imposed on Africa via brutal military conquest and deception. Do you see how we are converted? Through imposition, through brutality or brutal military conquest and deception. When it is deception, you say they are preaching, it is deception, complete deception. That is the legacy, religion, the colonial legacy that is still on through religion. It is there. It is tormenting us. And it is the worst. You see, the worst, because it makes you powerless. It makes you don't fight. It makes you you see your colonizer, your killer as your best friend. That's religion. You are going into heaven with them. Are you hearing me? Let me continue a bit before I open the lines. In the contemporary societies where liberal democracies are underpinned by inalienable individual rights, it is regressive to force people to subscribe to a particular set of religious beliefs. Are you hearing me? But these arguments rest on Western concepts of human rights, which dictates an unalterable system that must be used as the sole global template for unquote civilization. The Western system of human rights, which view the white propertied male individual as a single standard for universal rationality, is in many ways intrusive in the indigenous knowledge system of African societies. Even where one asserts that each individual has the right to choose their religious belief system as per Western templates of human rights and civilization, questions around identity, belonging, and fulfillment are inescapable. For the most part, the innate understanding of Islamic and Judeo-Christian religious beliefs by Africans is questionable, and this largely relegates to the specific standards of Christianity that Africa finds itself with. The truism of Christianity being exploited as a colonial tool for imperial domination is lost on many sections of African population. But perhaps the reason why it is easy to be identified with Christianity is because of its perceived notions of civility as well as success. All these unquote success and education. That is the thing. Arguably, the swift European colonization of the African continent, as crystallized by the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, would have been impossible without the indigenous role played by Christian missionaries. Christianity was used to pacify African resistance, ably coupled by the corn. When they are killing us, they say, no, go and pray. As the Borno State Governor have said, he declared fasting and prayer for something human beings are doing because they are controlling the masses. That is colonial legacy. They tell you, no, don't judge for you not to be judged. But there are courts. They put courts everywhere. They are going, they are studying law to judge people. Don't you see that? What type of mentality do we have? Now, I have also said, like in there's one, is it either Uganda or Malawian boy, I've forgotten, or Kenyan, which also in my timeline, that is supplying his community, his village. It's in a video in my timeline. It's a school dropout, supplying them with electricity, wind mill electricity, locally fabricated. And the boy is a school dropout. Now, I start asking myself, I say, why is it that people that are really doing something practical to help the community they come from, doing practical, so releasing their natural talent, are mostly school dropout? Look at Kostaris. Kostaris started even completing his education, or through adult education. You understand? Look at many people. The school dropouts. They don't go, but for you to it keeps me thinking, which means, you see, how many master's degree holders in our communities can, after finishing their school, what they study now, they start practicing it in our villages? How many? If you have any, please, you let me know. I never see. Rather, people that are trying things or doing things that will develop and start even bringing positive changes to the community are school dropouts, normal school dropouts. Because when you go to school after university, you start going to city in order to look for job or start practicing in the city. You don't care for your village. Do you see the dilemma of this current education? Whereas normally we have things that were being discovered by our ancestors that should be improved, refined more. Look at till today. We never, because our students, our so-called PhD holders, heavily educated people, their eyes are more, they don't even look down on all these ones. They say, how can I start developing it? Yeah, you can make it electronic. You can create a something more electronical that will be easily used to climb palm trees and other trees. But who cares? But you will see person that will be trying this type of thing. He's a school dropout. You know, he's a miscreant. He don't know what he's doing. You don't know that on a village before you know something come out. Man, are the so-called heavily educated people. You go before you know all governor Abuja and with the paper money. Do you normally think even what I used to think? It makes me wonder. That's why I put that post. I say, but why? When you look at all these natural talented individuals in our land, you see that most of them are school dropouts. Look at the one that invented this, is it radio activated electricity in Zimbabwe? That they want to steal the technology from America and everywhere. He's a school dropout. He started doing, some will even be calling you that you are mad. That this guy is mad, or mind your name. Because we look down on our own education, on our own local form of education that is natural to us. We start looking in. I will touch, don't worry, another day, the topic on the legacy, continuous colonial legacy will be educational sector. I will touch it. I don't want to preempt. But let us look inwards, because religion is being used. It's one of the heavy tools of legacy of colonization or colonial legacy that is still lingering in us, and it's very dangerous. You will see a brother hating his own brother. Look at what is going on in the social media. They prophesy to somebody that, look, the person that make you to your wife to be sick is an insider, creating confusions in families, and the families are the fabrics of the society. Without a good family, there will be no good society. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? That is what the CIA used in breaking black families in America. You see, in this UG, black Americans, African Americans, Jesus. Because they succeeded in breaking the family, that African family system, where man is the head of the family. They broke it. That is what they are trying to break, using religion in our land. They will come and prophesy to you that, look, this one, the problem you are having is in your house. Now, everybody will be suspecting everybody. No peace in that house. Don't you see it on social media? Is it not what is trending now? It's good. That is it. They always put confusion in our family, and the family is the fabric of our society. Once there is problems in the family, there will be no problem. There will be no peace in the kindred, no peace in the community, no peace in the village. Everybody will be afraid of everybody. Pastor, that did you hear? If you reach village, you don't shake anybody. Because religion, which is one of the colonial legacies, is still very hot in our land and is working. They use it to destroy us, the fabrics of our society, the fabrics of our family. Everybody is against everybody. Why? Because of family. Now, because of religion. Now, as Medvedev said, the victims of colonialism. Who are the victims of colonialism? They themselves, they know that you are victims. But the problem is that you don't even know That is the main problem. You don't even know. Because if you know, you will jettison some of all those their tools that is still lingering, including religion. You will jettison it. Do you remember, as I said it here several times, Pope Francis II, this current Pope, he went to Canada, I think in 2022, to apologize for the evil, the genocide committed by Catholic Church against the indigenous people in Canada. And somebody say he is an indigenous Canadian citizen, an old man and woman. They say that they are now happy they can now die in peace and meet their ancestors, because they have been clamoring for this for more than 50 years. They have been clamoring for this apology for more than 50, making noise all over the world for more than 50 years. Why? Because they understood that they are victims of colonialism. But you don't know. That is the most pathetic part of it. I said Pope Francis came to where in Congo last time. All of the is it Pope or King, the King of Belgium, the King of Belgium. He went to Congo, and they welcomed him with everything, with joy. Somebody they should all boycott to showcase what his ancestors did to them. But they were happy that they are dancing, and you know that these people, they don't even understand that they are victims of colonialism. Do you see the problem? Convincing somebody to know that you are under bondage. Because when when somebody understands, that is the awakening there, you rose up, you open your eyes, you now know that, look, I am sick. You understand that, oh, this is what is worrying me. Now from there you start looking for solution to your problem. But when you say no, they say you are sick, say which kind of sickness? Nah, I'm not sick. Oh. You are victims of colonialism. Say no, they brought a development for us. If you are talking about, say you don't want colonial, now why are you using telephone? You see people talking like this, you know that they are naive. They are simply foolish and idiot. They are idiotic, because they don't understand that they are victims of colonialism. Now, even in the plenary session of United Nations, where Medvedev will start this, imagine that you have a population of Biafrans or Nigerians there that are very, I mean, more Christians than Pope. They will ask this man, but who are the victims of colonialism? What do you mean? They brought us a coat we are wearing. Colonialism brought education. But you don't know. They are naive. Do you understand? And being naive, lack of knowledge, it kills. Are you hearing me? You know, when they say, you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. That is knowledge. Truth is knowledge. Once you know something, that thing you know opens your eye. Now it will set you free from that ignorance. It can set you free from death. Are you hearing me? That is what we do here. That is what we do here. Now, what we are preaching is this. For us, in order to understand that one of the tools of colonialism, that is one of the colonial legacies in our land today, is religion, and is still highly active, and is the worst form of weapon. Is the worst form, the worst type, the most dangerous type of weapon of keeping us down as victims of colonialism without knowing. Because when you go and meet somebody that he will quote for you. Why? You are calling me. Come and you are. It was come and receive. I receive the blessing. I will pray for you, without knowing that he is a victim of colonialism. You don't know. Today, Christian churches in Africa own vast swaths of private property without significantly contributing to the national treasury. Religious organizations in Nigeria and many other countries of the world are not taxed. They don't pay tax because they are classified as not-for-profit incorporations, that is, non-profit organizations. That is what they they feel, they form. Non-profit organizations. But are they non-profit really? That is lie. Is it Adeboye say have made money that will for that GO? Is it Adeboye or Adepoju? He has made money for his future generations. They can no more suffer. How did he make it? Through the church, a non-profit organization. Religion remains one of the continuous colonial legacy in Africa in general and Nigeria in particular. It is. We need to break this bond. It is killing us. It is bringing us back. It is, building ignorance in our heads, and people don't know. So this is where I'm going to stop, and I will go into a few minutes break. But before I do that, okay, I will read the IPOB press release of today during the closing remarks. But I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in, including people with opposing argument, please. I love that. If you have opposing argument, please do not hesitate to call. Do not. This is a family radio. We don't cajole each other. We don't insult each other. Rather, we make sure that we awaken each other through, profitable debates, through symbiotic debates and civilized debates that will profit each and every one of us. Please do not go back. Do not go away. I will be right back.
Idiots. We are here to get Biafra, yes. But I don't want Biafra of idiots. Azikiwe fought for independence. Jomo Kenyatta fought for independence. Kwame Nkrumah fought for independence. Arap Moi fought for independence. Nyerere fought for independence. Even right now, remember, I don't want to talk about Eduardo dos Santos of Angola. That's different. I want to talk about Nelson Mandela. He fought for independence. Are you telling me that South Africa you have today was what Mandela fought for? Are you telling me that Mandela died that black people will be hunting down other black people to kill? The answer is no. Why is that happening? Because the principal critical work that should have been done with the freedom fighting was not done. And what is that? Education. It's a secret. I've given it away now. Before we arrived at fighting for our freedom this way, I looked at the history of Africa. I looked at the history of every black freedom fighter, genuine. I looked at the history of their countries and respective territories and what happened when they got what they were looking for. Invariably, you'll be shocked. None of them made any progress. I repeat, none of them made any collective, conscientious progress that you can look at and say, hey, I'm happy with this. None. Why? Because black people try to, or they are imitating, they want to imitate Europeans and white people. They think that by going to white people's school, by doing everything white people does, somehow they can effect lasting change in their lives, and the answer is no, you can't do it. Do you know why they cannot do it? There is a way that Caucasians think. It's working for them and I love it. Good luck to them. But you, as an African, you as a Biafran, If you want that piece of land to be developed, you need to think in a particular way. Not necessarily with the way the Caucasian does it. That is what we are doing. So that the legacy of Biafra will last. That Biafrans will not condone anybody. You will judge any fool who is in office and stealing money. They say don't judge anybody. So somebody can be a governor and steal people's salary and run away. Well, don't judge him as he's stealing your money. You come and say, oh, Gabet, what are you doing? You say, oh, don't judge me that you will not be judged. It's in the book. It's just like a pastor telling you about tithe. Or touch not my anointing. You are a criminal fake pastor. They are coming to arrest you. You say, oh, touch not my anointing. We want Biafra to be different. That is why we educate you. We impart knowledge the way we do. So you'll be able to hold your public officers to account. Nobody can come and bring any wishy-washy, superstitious mumbo-jumbo. Tell you, oh, don't touch this. Nonsense. Everything is questionable. Everything I say. Question everything. That is how you keep your public servants on their toes all the time. To do what you want. After all, the country belongs to you. It doesn't belong to them. Power belongs to the people, and in this Biafra we are building genuinely, power will belong to the people. How do you make them hold on to that power and discharge your responsibilities? By educating them, and that's what we're doing now. So sometimes it appears as if we are digressing. Oh, we are going towards religion. It is for a purpose. We know what we are doing. It is for a purpose. Or else you end up dumb. You won't know what they're doing. We don't want that rubbish. That's why we do things the way we do. After all, the basis of your ignorance as a black person is religion. Religion is why black Africans are dumb. By the time you come away from this bondage, my goodness, that is why we are the way we are. We are fast forwarding everything to make it quick, so that when we get Biafra, you won't mess it up. All of you with your general overseer, if you're in the Biafra army, telling me I should leave Yoruba pastors alone. If you know Yorubas don't want Biafra, is that correct? Yes, this man said, Kumiji said he is praying for the zoo not to break up. Yes? And we're fighting for the zoo to break up. Now, if this pastor of yours, because as you're going now, you give your mom your phone number or your dad. Your dad goes to Yoruba church. They ask you that, oh, where is your son? My son is fighting with the army of Biafra. The pastor can say, give me his number. I want to call him. Yoruba will call your son at the battlefront. If your son did not receive this education now, or is of a weak disposition, he'll say, okay, yes, so my general overseer, Pastor Kumi, man of God, said I should not fight anymore, that Nigeria is better for me. And since my man of God has spoken, I have to do what the man of God said. Rubbish. Now you understand why we are doing what we are doing? We want to undermine everywhere the devil will come from. Plugging all the holes that the devil will come from.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra land. And we are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of February 2024. That's about Bochori. Remember, today we are on religious discussions, and the topic is about religion being one of the continuous colonial legacy in Africa in general and in Nigeria in particular. Our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view. Even if your view is different, please, I will welcome it. Let us have a very healthy debate, please. Very, very healthy debate where we can learn from each other. That is my own, please. I don't shy away from debate because Nobody knows it all. With you, I can learn. Others can also learn. If you also want to ask question, you can ask. If it is something I can answer, I will do. If it is also something that other people can answer, they can call in to also answer, and we all shall benefit from the question. Let us also learn how to be civil in our dealings. Civility is also the key, because this is not personal issue. We are not fighting each other. What we are doing is, scavenging for the best for all of us, going into facts and figures so that we can all benefit and our nation, and use it to construct our nation for our collective interests. I have callers already lining up, but I will start by this direct caller. Let me see. Direct caller, I think it's gone. I don't know. It's gone. Let me get a caller from Mazi, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please? Let us be making it as brief as possible so that I can take other calls also. Mazi, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear Jonathan.
There we Mazi, you are the first caller. There we.
Thank you. Are you hearing me very well?
The whole world is hearing you. Please go on.
Okay. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you, Mark Jonathan, as always. I greet my leader, and our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who set up this platform to expose so many evil that was hidden under the roof of heaven. I greet you once again. Today you touch many things, just as always. I want to start. There was a clip you played there, I think about 3 days ago, about one Liberia. This man started that he went to school in Nigeria sometimes ago. And he started to say his experience on what we call religion, Muslim, and his experience. And there was a time this man tried to think what is going on. He said he decided to keep religion by the side. It is a very big, something for somebody who has sense to think very well. Anybody that is taking religion as a first thing, you are making a very big mistake. Because what white people did in religion is to make sure Africa in particular will be forever slave for them. Where can you get this information except from Radio Biafra? You cannot get it anywhere. That is why I say from the beginning that Radio Biafra, our leader, this radio, is opening the secret of the world that you cannot hear anywhere. What our leader did is unbelievable. I hope people will understand that religion is yoke. This yoke hold Africa down, that they cannot do anything because of this yoke. Both Christianity and Muslim, both of them are working hand in hand. They give the other people gun to use to kill the other one with the Bible. which is Christianity, which we are seeing today. And that was the reason these people, these white people and their allies, they keep quiet about what is happening to our leader, because they are afraid. They are very, very annoyed because their secret has been opened for everybody to know what is going on. What am I trying to say? Radio Biafra is where you hear the truth, which the Bible said, the truth shall set you free. What is happening in Nigeria is another thing put together. Because those evil people who say that they are Christian leaders in Nigeria, none of them is making any statement to defend their people. What they are doing is to occupy a position of leadership as bishop, as archbishop, under the GO. All these people, they know what they are doing. They are making money from poor people. They know that there's nothing like in heaven somebody will go after death. They deceive people to let people know that when they go to heaven, where different houses and everywhere will be built with gold, the foolish ones are waiting for their death so that they will go to a beautiful place. More than this earth, we are here now. I think I may stop here. I have many things to say because some of us who are hearing this radio, have opened our brain and we learn so much that we can come out and teach to any length. Because when you learn, then you teach other people to know that religion is to make people to be slaves. That is exactly what will happen. Thank you, Jonathan.
There were Mazi.
I greet my leader once again.
There were.
I greet those who understand what Radio Biafra is all about.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
I pray so that this radio will reach to everybody so that they will hear the truth and believe for the truth.
You say? Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Mazi, good evening. Are you talking to me on WhatsApp?
Of course. You are WhatsApp, aren't you?
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Mazi, good evening. No.
There
We do the reggae.
the Kwarage.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I'm calling from my location. Mazi, your submission today is very, very good. I really enjoy it. That's why that I did not start from the beginning, but it is a right thing. Really, this religion has really caged us. Mostly we that are in Biafra land here, the thing don't really cage us. Where that we don't know our left from our right. Mostly the Christianity aspect of it. We don't know our left from our right. So everything is prayer. Everything is cast and bind. The Bible made us to understand that, or the Bible told us that in the book of Revelation that there was war in heaven. Satan and his demon fought with being the dragon, fought with God, angels, and all that. And God was not able to kill Satan. What he did, according to that place, he drove Satan out from heaven and brought it down to earth. So he said that now don't come earth now. Is it the prayer that you, being the Christian, that are praying that we kill the Satan? God waited for no killer. Now you go come kill the Satan. I don't just understand this religion of a thing. This religion has made us, Mazi, that we cannot even fight for our rights. We see somebody taking something from us. We cannot stand up and fight for that, to collect that particular thing that belongs to us.
That is the way it is being structured to be in us. That is the way the people that brought it. That is their intention, to pacify us so that we cannot be able to fight back. You know, if they are killing, they'll say, no, don't worry, God will judge them. Who?
Yes.
Why should God judge them? Why are they judging us now? They want to go. We are saying God will judge them. It is the exclamation of a coward, a powerless coward. God will not judge them. It is you that will judge them. Do me, I do you. That is how the world is. Why is the look at there is a news headline that I think Middle Belters or Northern, they have meeting with Mietiala in order to pacify, to beg them. Why? Because they are the Mietiala, they are on the rampage. You understand me? You cannot negotiate from a weak point of view, a weak point. You become imposed on. That is what religion has done us. No, all these things, God will judge you. Well, God will judge you. Forget that. You are weak. That is the only thing. Mazi, please go on.
Thank you, man. I already have said it. God cannot come down and judge. We are the one to do the judge. Okay, if God, why is it that they used to go to court to judge matter? That's my question. Why did they go court to judge matter? God will judge, God will judge. Why didn't they go court to go to judge? Is he a pastor or a Jew, that is Jew, or what, committing one evil or the other? And you are telling, okay, like the other day, this man released something from the internet, and because of what people were saying, they decided to bring that in. That you say that that by this time your colleague will come to beg you for food. Mazi, do you know that prayer is a witchcraft prayer? That prayer, when I listen to that prayer now, witchcraft. Do you know what it means? That you will feel like your colleague will come. That means that your colleague is so wretched. And remember that you are also a colleague to somebody else. So he's trying to make you to understand that both of you will not. I see people shouting, and all that. The thing is so painful. I'm telling you, but my happiness is that this awakening spirit is happening in my time. And this my time that is happening. I'm so happy that I am among those people that has awoken. Sometimes when I look at this thing, I was like that before. A lady called me one day and was asking me, bros, no vessel, I know they see you, you don't change, you know they preach again, they work again, carrying microphone, because that is what I was doing before. I was carrying microphone, walking from street to street, preaching Jesus do this, Jesus do that. I told the lady that, madam, now when I repent. You see, now I give my life to Chukwu Kikabiyama. Now where I repent. You see, that time I was, in fact, I didn't know anything, and the woman was surprised. I told her, this is the time I repent. Now I repent. Mazi, this is the time I feel like ever since I left this religion of it. And if you look at this Christianity, they are not one. Even in their teaching, they are not one. Everything they do, they are not one. All the thing they know is contribution, bring money, bring this, bring that. According to you have said it that when something happens, they will say, let us pray for our brothers in the Lord. That is the only thing they will do. I was watching a video, I think that was yesterday, a Catholic church in Germany. It is only the Igbos that were in that church. The church, they empty. A Catholic church in Germany, and they were there beating all those traditional drums, singing their hymns. Two, three people inside the church. The whole city is empty. The citizens will get where the church dey for their land. They will not even dey for the church. It is only our people dey for the church. What is all this? Mazi. Thank you very much.
There were. That is it. That is the scourge of our lifetime. Look at is it RCCG that the GO that is redeemed, the all redeemed churchmen. He said Christians from other churches would bow down will bow before all Redeemed Church members. Adeboye declares during RCCG annual youth conference. Christians from other churches would bow down before all Redeemed Church members. You see, selfishness. You see this capitalism, this radical, wrong, evil capitalist side. It is being perpetrated by this Christianity. Look at the prayer of people. Their own church member, everybody will bow down to them. What does it mean? They don't want the goodness of every person, community. That is everybody. All that matters to them is, their own, their family. In Igbo, our own tradition, it is onyagala nwanne ya. Na ụmụnna nwekọ akụ iru n'obi laa. Before the advent of white man, we do things in Igbo land as a community, cooperative. That is why even when Western education come, I could remember with a childhood, our people can contribute money and send somebody, very bright person in the village, send him abroad to go and study. With communal money, all those things, they are no more. This is what our tradition teaches us. But Christianity came to what and said, just, you are praying for your goodness. When a catastrophe happens to your brother, instead of being sad and making sure that you walk towards, let the thing not touch any other person, you go and start giving testimony, working hard, so that praying more, so that thanking God that it doesn't touch you. It will be other people's portion, not you. On week our portion, on weekend in Nigeria will portion on your own. As long as the government is bad, it's bad for everybody. On weekend it's on your own. Not insecurity. That is how it is. So they profit in order to exploit, to divide us more. Now pray so that on weekend will not be your portion. Who tell you that? Caller on signal, Mazi, Chris, welcome to the program. There were.
Good evening from Mazi.
There were Mazi.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have several occasions tried to chip in with me. I couldn't be able to, like Ghana, they carry hot tomorrow. Mazi, a lot of things have been said on this program, but I wasn't able to call in. Let me begin to start from today's program. I didn't start from the beginning, but I have gotten some things you have said here. The problem of religion in our land. Any person that religion is priority to him, for me, that person has not even repented. Just like our brother said that he has repented. This is our last call. He said he has repented. Before then, he hasn't been repented, but today he has been repented. That is what we need in Biafra land. For people to understand that going to church every Sunday, you go to church and dance and come back. It's not knowing God. It's not doing good. It's not by doing that makes you a good person. A good person can be determined from the environment where you grow up and how your parents trained you. It can make you to be a good person. Not going to church. Sometimes they change all the things. As if you are going to church on Sunday, come back, pastor preach to you, and you become a good person. No, that's where our people are being confused somehow. They think that they are attending church make them a good person, or make them to repent, or being very kind to people. And the major thing that confuse our people. Some of our people are lazy. They're not doing anything. Maybe they are jobless. They don't have anything to do. Every day, pray. Maybe one day somebody just call him and give him some offer or dash him money or position him somehow. He will believe that the miracle has gone, that God has answered his prayer. coming to what you have just said now, my brother. When I was small, those days, we see the harmony within the community. I know somebody from my kindred where my mother and others contributed money to send me abroad to go and study. But what this year, the boy you just said about them now, this Yoruba churches, deeper life and all that, what they brought to our Igbo land is unforgivable. Unpardonable sin they brought to our land. Every day they come and tell you, hey, no, somebody, maybe you go to school, you haven't got a job. They say somebody sat on your certificate. That is why you have not gotten a job. Or those days, nobody have not found out the kind of sickness and maybe something like heart attack. People just can even get heart attack and just die. The next thing somebody did it. Who did it? No, I can't just tell you. Or just believe it. This is the message of Holy Spirit. Where did you see the Holy Spirit? Now, there's a question I used to ask those that believe in church, even our Biafran brothers, those that are very, very powerful in praying, they brought the time. I want to get one thing from them. I've asked this question several times. I used to ask them this question. They said the writing of Bible is by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. That the Holy Spirit inspired some men or some people, then they wrote Bible. Then the same thing applied to the Islam, because the Islam, maybe Muhammad, the Holy Spirit of the Islam people, inspired Muhammad to write Bible. And are we worshiping one God? They said yes, we are worshiping one God. Then how can the Holy Spirit of God of Islam inspire the Muhammad to write Bible to ask him to marry many wives? Or somebody still let him cut his hand? And why in the Christendom, they are different. They actually you go to jail or they put you in prison. They don't cut your hand or they forgive you. God is not maybe Chukwuka is not the author of conviction. He cannot just tell you, inspire a man to write different thing this way and go the other side and write. And let me tell our people today, this thing you are reading in the Bible, anybody giving a reference from the Bible, it's making any sense to me. Don't come to me and give me any reference from Bible. Talk to me with your logic, your sense, not from the Bible. You are giving me reference from the Bible. I don't value you. Because those that wrote Bible are not genuine. They are not genuine. I must tell you that. And Luke did never write any Bible. John never write any book. James never write any book. And these people are the Jewish people. Their name can never be John, Peter, Paul, and all those things. Go and find out the definition of John. John means toilet and the humanizer, maybe. Go and find definition of John today. Amy Chris said it. Find it out. And then you will know whether this kind of person can baptize Jesus Christ. Somebody who has such name. It just may be a nickname that somebody gave to him. A man like that without a meaningful or very cogent history in life. So, my dear brothers and my fellow Biafrans, anything concerning religion, please keep it aside. Another thing I want to say on our certain platform we say here, sometimes where people think that somebody kill fowl or kill goat, you see blood of goat or blood of fowl, that's what makes the charm work. If you are now, I hate those governing Nigeria. If you feel that killing a goat can kill like somebody like one goat and kill the person. So, but you cannot kill a goat and the demand for the death of another person to occur. It cannot come. It can never come. The only thing that our people make some mistakes, that is a scientific work, bringing leaves and the root, mix it together and they give you a very good answer. That is what we could have developed for a very long time and utilize it for other things that can benefit our life. But people see it as if killing goats or dropping sweet. Somebody said dropping sweet in a junction or dropping egg in the junction. That's the charm. That is not charm. Those days they are demanding for all those things. The wet those days is goat and fowl and the cock. That's the wet. So any native doctor or any traditional doctor asking you to give me goat, that is to pay him back for what he has done for you. It doesn't mean that he used that goat. That goat is curing the disease, or he used the goat to cure everything. No. That goat, they use it because they are wet that time. For somebody to become rich that time, become organizer, you got to be everywhere. And that is what they move them then. But what are we going to cook out? Age about the area place. Got the tricks they hammer. In any country, no one where even even what they told us about the story of the fiction story of Christ. All on your saying as already. So this all one already. So you have to know all these things. So never think that all we will. But now actually, Janozo, now you America, all one be effective or a scientific work. Maybe what I'm going to me say, you answer. And all the very simple to our place. Our people can do it. Mazi, can come here because I can thank you very much.
There were, you are right. And when stupidity in all this belief, honestly. Look at when something natural disaster occurred in Brazil. Oh, when the zoo, our people now we have to chat their battery. Say, hey, God have struck Brazil for talking against I don't know what, talking against Jesus. They start talking it to you. Yeah, which kind of primitive people we can become. Something that can happen anywhere. People that don't have electricity. People that no, God is not annoyed with them. God never strike them by not giving them, making them to start, not to even be able to charge their telephones. If you reach suffering everywhere in our land, they are mocking a country that is 1 million times better than them. Oh, they talk against Jesus, so that's why you see that religion makes people stupid, completely stupid. Caller on direct line. Let me go to you. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Let me see.
And then yeah, it's Mobudo Canada. I started following beginning and then beginning foundation. That's just use it in one of your last meet. That is your foundational statement. I will drop my submission, and at the end, I will ask you a question that might help us in this emancipation. Now, as a Catholic or in Catholic Church, you are not allowed to ask priest questions. At any point during the Mass, you are not allowed to ask priest questions. And I'm sure the same thing is existing in even in other Pentecostal churches. Mazi Jonathan, a forum that I belong, and a Reverend Father is also there. And the Reverend Father made a comment, something that is false against me indirectly. And I came in that platform. We were speaking with voice notes. I use a voice note. I say, with all due respect, I choose my words carefully with no insult. Father, and I'm drop my own fat. It pained him so much. And what am I trying to say? Reverend fathers or religious leaders, that title, that a kind of the way they have conditioned the mind of their followers that they are not challenged. Nobody asked them any question. And he felt that, who is this guy, despite my status, is countering what I said. That is by the way.
Because
Mazi, my 4-year-old son always question. Sometimes if I call home, he will say, why are you calling me all the time? So what am I trying to say here? The Western world, a kind of boldness that they inculcate in the kids from beginning. They learn to ask questions. Unlike our people, I need the docile. Even in interview back home, a guy interview, email your interviewer and then face to face. They will see it as okay. If another is talking to you, you look the other face to face. Sometimes it will be an insult. But you look downwards, they will see it as a mark of respect. But in this Western world, if you look down when they are talking to you, they see it as coward. Mazi Jonathan, in the Pope there in Canada, it is in my province, and he came to Edmonton, the capital of Alberta. I can assure you now that is equal. That thing you said is the news they put out there for the world to hear. It is different from what has been happening if you are on ground to see how the youths are reacting. Because you know that Pope came to apologize. And when he finished apologizing, I was watching that program live on that parish account. I was watching that program live. And so many Canadian youths were so angry. They say that is not what they want to hear. That look, can you stand in a law court and say you are sorry? The next moment you'll be in jail. They say, Pope, since you are apologizing on behalf of Catholics for how many people, you should go to jail or you pay them compensation. That is the only way they will get justice. But they put out the news to the world that they pacified. So we are in on a different part of the world. We are in different part of the world. Now, let me come down to when you mentioned Obadiah Malafia. Obadiah Malafia died like a coward. He took a kind of cue from what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. He tried that speaking out with bold and courageous speech will end just in talking. Or more that means with tactics. He spoke without applying wisdom. How to run away from the evil. You are sitting in their middle and you are criticizing them and say you are not going to run away. That man is a waste. He wasted his life for the benefit of all of us. Mazi Jonathan, let me come down before I ask you questions. In those days, you mentioned about missionaries. Immediately after colonialism, missionaries took over to sedate people, to make people feel better, and indirectly they are still doing the same work. Mazi Jonathan, today, people that replace that missionary that is inactive, this United Nations Humanitarian Services, once the trigger crisis in Niger or Borno or Maiduguri, you will see that they have humanitarian services, NGOs, and all those people. They are the same thing, because these people, they work in these guys, as they are claiming they are helping the internally displaced people. They will be mining and exploring the community. Finally, the question I want to ask you, Mr. Jonathan, Mazi Jonathan, what are we going to do as Africans to protect these new energy inventors? What are we going to do to protect them from being taken away from Africa? I watched the Zimbabwean boy. The frequency, the radio frequency energy that he was able to tap can supply energy to the half of Africa. To the extent that I saw some people from California coming to find out why and how he did that. And the boy was smart enough, he said he don't even know how the energy came about. Now, another one is this one that you just posted on your timeline. Mazi, my last question, Bo, what is Africans going to do to protect this ingenuity so that it will not be snatched away from African soil for the benefit of Africans? Mazi, I agree to arrest my case here.
I know this is not a question only for myself anyway, but for people to also put mouth. Because for me, the only thing, it starts from this education awakening. When you understand that, maybe you have your properties, and you found out that they are stealing your properties one by one. That finding out is number one solution first. It's the starting of the beginning of the solution. Because once you find out, now you start taking precaution. That is this awakening, education. Once majority of Africans understand how things, the dynamics of this world now, what will they do? They start taking precautions. We come to government anyway, because the Western powers are in total control of the governments, most of the governments in Africa. I must tell you that. It is a fact. They are in total control of the governments in Africa. Either this one is controlled by France, this other country's government is controlled by England, the other one is by Portugal, the other one is by Spain. They are divided, they are not serving the purpose of the people. So that is why going back to our roots is everywhere, is everything for us. We have to devise a system, our normal local system that baffle the Europeans. That is one of also the whole thing. So that we shall be running our thing in our way without obstruction, or we modify things to shoot us. Not this so-called democracy, that the useless type of democracy they impose on us. That is another thing. So I will talk more later, but people are calling anyway. So let me go again. Please call us on WhatsApp and Signal. Hold on, I'll come to you. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. There, Mazi. Mazi, go on and make it brief and straight to the point, please. If you make any threats, I cut you off. You know me.
Biafra, I want to go to Nnamdi. We are Biafra. So that we will not be deceived by religion. May father, may bishop, may pastor. I allow one. By our name alone, we have to know that we are the children of the Most High, the owner of life and death. The world, they don't even know what is happening. The only option they had is to release our leader, because there is nothing they can do. And then Jonathan, also religion or truth. Now Nigeria, why Fulani Mohammed is in the Christians with Jesus Christ? Common sense. Before our eyes, all the religious leaders, I can't help at the way. May our father, may bishop, may pastor, I can't help Jonathan. We are not threatening anybody. We are telling the world to allow us to be free. This generation is not happening anyways on this head. I am working fish crab. I Biafra. That is the when I got an eye I'm a full more one. Lepe. That's Jonathan the seven. Yenny na Kushina go and I put the app. Amala to church. Amala to church. And me work me Omada to me. What type of message is this? That is Biafra restoration. They don't give people choice to put them there. Now, present generation, let the whole world worship their own God. We, the Biafran, that Nnamdi Kanu, we worship the owner of the earth, the owner of Tinubu, the owner of Joe Biden. That's Jonathan. Our king is Joe Biden. All the Chineke. Anya wo si nke reba hin awakwan ebe awa beluba o me tabela ha geruga they are daring the Most High. That is Jonathan ongo. I'm telling you, but oya kwena ga ya lie o ga kai na do Bible line iga epetike don't tell HOJ ya na ndo si director of state na obula. Everybody about that. Don't do that dynamic or threat. Don't look at our leader. Just Nnamdi Kanu and no scratch. Check now. Don't do that. Don't think all the leaders in Biafra land, all of like you useless leaders. All the Jonathan. All Biafrans.
Biafra. There were caller on, let me see, caller on Signal. No, caller on WhatsApp, you have been there first before Signal. You have been there since 23 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please go on. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Mazi, I remember Dwag calling from my location.
There were.
I greet you, Mazi, and I greet our leader, His Holiness, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is a free man, innocent man who did not commit any offense. But like this now, it is in the hand of Yoruba people. No more in Parliament. Our leader is in the hand of Yoruba like this. No, before I go to your topic, I hope I don't know if they are treating the case of Yoruba. They have a free. They have this the AJF. The Attorney General has discontinued the case of Shore in the court, and now Shore is free. You know, their own person. You know, I give kudos to these people. You know, because normally Shore doesn't supposed to be there because he doesn't commit any offense. It's just free speech. That's why planning hold him, and they not free him because they know it. They said the Attorney General cite constitution. So there's a use constitution to free. Of course, they know as a educated man, he know also that our leader also when he's supposed to cite the same constitution and free our leader because freedom of speech, we have freedom of speech is allowed. So I want to, but I give kudos because they know their own, they protect their own. But our people, it's a shame to Igbo leaders. You see what Yoruba is doing? They've already finished their song already. Free show around. But what about our people? What about our the Igbo, the stupid people that call themselves Igbo leaders? Useless people. That is another day. For your topic today, the other of your caller before this one said something about the NGO. Maybe he was thinking that maybe NGO. They use NGO. He said that maybe NGO for his own thinking. Maybe you can say that they use NGO to replace the missionaries. Maybe I can say that no, these missionaries they are replaced with the pastors and the bishops in our land. There are people that replace the missionaries. They carry the same deceive that the missionaries deceive our people. This is how what the people call themselves, the clergy people in our land are doing like this. They know that what they are doing is a lie, and they keep on deceiving our people. NGO have their own. They are in another program, and that's their program. The NGO program is program of criminality. They will come here doing like say they are helping, but the NGO they use NGO to perform criminality in our land. That's by the way. When you are listening, when you mentioned the list of saints before, saints, there's no sense, none of the saints bears our ancestors' name. And you know, when people hear about saints, I don't know actually when people know what the meaning of saints, what saints actually mean, because with the way I thank God. You say you preach about education in your next program, because what we understand as education is actually rubbish. It's actually rubbish. What people understand as state. Hey, okay, what the meaning of state is heroes. Is European heroes. They are the people that make the message. They are heroes, the killers. But people will be praying, calling the name of sin, without knowing that you are calling the name of people that kill you. You see, all those pastors in our land, where I'm talking about them, their selfishness is they're talking about their selfishness. Their selfishness is out of this world. Why? You will see them one by one. This one say the God of lion, God of Zion, God of and this one is God of adoration. So for people now to believe that the God he's serving now is now the powerful God, the power, the one in Mpaka own, in the Bomoso own is a fake God. He's on the one that is in fight. Oh God. I don't know, it's very, very pathetic, Mazi. When people begin to understand what happened. I really thank God for our leader who make us, who bring us out of this rubbish. Because those missionaries these missionaries come to our land. The missionaries. Hello?
Go on. Mazi,
can you hear me?
Mazi, go on. Why do you stop? Mazi, go on. Goodness me. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Go on, please.
Yes.
Mazi, Fanyichuku, Ndewo.
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, dear friends and lovers of freedom. My name is Ifan Chukwumada Abuchi, and I'm calling you from the Netherlands. I will reiterate what you said, my brother Jonathan, when you are starting this program or somewhere at a point. When we talk about religion, we are neither against, we are not against any religion nor denomination. What we are engaged in is introspective dialogue. That is thoughtful discussion and exchange of facts as its consensus, and it could be better for our society, our people. And so, in that case, I'm thinking the clergy in Biafra land, as is consensus, if they are doubting that their allegiance and the interest they are covering is either of Rome or Canterbury or America or wherever their church come from, why haven't they made it point of duty to preach the gospel of Biafra restoration in their respective churches? Because people look up to them. Sure, there are some reverend fathers and pastors and other clergy that are either in support or even in our IPOB family. Of course, there are, and they are part of us. But what I'm saying, they haven't taken it as a point of duty to educate our people in their churches. If you think that if you say it in the middle of the sermon, that it will be like maybe somebody there will give you away to the illegal authorities, you call the youth and impart them the need to support IPOB. Even if you are not in the movement, in the IPOB family, you tell them to support these people, that what they are doing is where we are. Or don't these priests and pastors know that when they fly, and God forbid if they get their way, that Christianity they so want to protect and the freedom they want to protect will no more be taken for granted? Because their value system, the Fulani value system, is antithetical and incompatible with our Biafran value system. Why those who have learned for years to become priests and pastors and bishops, why can't they call old men after advising youth? They will be amenable because they know
what they have been, what they're passing through, and then you call the elders in apart. If need be, tell them to everybody switch off your phone. So no video, no, just tell them gospel truth. The papas and mamas, support your children to support Biafran restoration. And you people of means among us here, support Eastern Security Network, because our people, meaning now if you are going to make peace, you have to put one hand with a punch behind in case the peace doesn't work. And with the Fulani invading our forests and raping and pillaging everywhere, they don't understand concept of peace nor coexistence. So we will keep pushing those invaders out of our forests until the government of Nigeria does the needful. We don't want to fight them. We don't want to fight Nigeria. What we want is referendum. But we're not to lie down and wait for France to chop off our head to show that we are peaceful. So that is what we are trying to say. The allegiance to foreign headquarters and foreign ideologies is putting our people in danger, in mortal danger, not just danger of starvation or hunger or unemployment. But if I may deviate, people are now shouting, Tinubu don't kill them, Tinubu don't kill them. It is because Nigeria is an unworkable country. In a Senate climb, all the people who have worked in the 80 years of Buhari government will be arrested and give account of their stewardship, because they are the people who pillaged and looted the country dry. And now Tinubu is taking the hit. I'm not Tinubu's advocate, and I can never be. But the only thing I'm asking of Tinubu is, first of all, to release our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You know that he has done nothing against anybody nor against any law. And then give Biafrans, being an old man as you are, you know the plight of Biafrans in Nigeria. And as a mature man waiting for God, give Biafrans referendum to go and form our own, govern ourselves. We're not asking for much. We're not asking for handouts. Every palliative that is being shared in Nigeria, they don't give it to the people of the East. But they want us to come and lie down and beg like Alamajiri. As long as Chukwokika Biama lives, Biafrans will never be Alamajiri. God will sustain us, and we will sustain ourselves by the sheer hard work of our people and our brotherliness and taking care of ourselves on Ruben also. And coming to that, there was a question, one of our brothers, I think from Canada, if I'm not mistaken, about that guy in Zimbabwe who found how to tap energy from the air. The only solution to that is having a country that is truly independent, so that the government of those places will take control. Don't even allow these people to come and near these people. Before they use one chemical to kill the boy, after shaking their hand, they will go and die. No. Their home governments have to protect them and finance them to mass produce those products. These are magic that God Chukwokika has given to Africa. You can see a lot of it in Biafra land. People who didn't go to school will be building electrical things and machines that you cannot even build if you graduate a master's in mechanical engineering. And it behoves to the government and the people of means among us to support those people to remain at home, so that those foreigners cannot come and poach them. There was a guy in Biafra land who was building drones, and nobody looked at him as if he was serious. And eventually I heard that one European government, let me call the name, has come and poached him and taken him to their country to learn, to expatiate on his invention. So what we are saying is that the religious practices, before I forget, because our clergymen of all denominations must start telling parents to give our children our names, our Igbo names. If your father's name is Okeke, you can be Chukunonso Okeke. That has meaning, that has reach, and that is praying. Chukusomuangpo. Not Oscar Okeke. What is Oscar? For the life of me, I don't know what is Oscar. And so forth, many names like that. Our people must know that we have been played. If you say you don't know that we have been played, where were our first brothers when we are being genocided in Nigeria? Where were they? Where were they after the war to help us to come up again? And where are they now? Where is Canterbury? Where is Rome today, the day that Biafrans are still dying, still waiting for independence? They are not talking. The only thing they want to do is to want us to remain in Nigeria and die in Nigeria, and it is okay for them. But in their own country, they have their nation states. We don't hate our neighbors. We don't hate any religious people. But they must know that in Biafra, the government, the law of Biafra will represent our values. Anybody who wants to live there must obey our laws, because we cannot be a country like Nigeria where there's no rule of law. So what we are saying is that religion was used to control us, to control the colonized world, but it happened that when they were living, religion is still like hand and the leg cuffs in our people, because professors and learned men, noble men, traditional rulers, they are all sheepishly following this thing. We are not dictating what religion you be in, because a lot of people, those who love me and those I love, are in one religion or the other. That is not the issue here. The issue is that we must know that this thing was used to domesticate our people. I cannot start reading, because we have been reading if you doubt me, go and Google the letter of King Leopold II in Belgium, of Belgium, to his missionaries going to Congo. He told them, don't go there to teach these people God. They know God more than you. They call him Nzambe. If you come to our place, these people know that we know God before they come. That's why they made sure that they destroyed our Confederacy and our Chukwu temple. So these people knew us more than we knew ourselves. But the point now is that we must build a country according to our own value system, and the only way we can do that is to support IPOB, support ESN, and support our leader Mazi and Kanu and DOS, so that we will achieve our goal willy-nilly, because we have died enough and we have suffered enough in Nigeria. God bless Biafra. Thank you, my brother. Good night.
There were Mazi. There were. Thank you very much. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Caller on WhatsApp, please speak up. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mazi.
Yes, Mazi, go on, please. Go on.
Thank you for the good work all they do for us. And I greet all the members, all the leaders. My name is Onyoma, calling from my location. Mazi, it's my first time caller anyway. I want to go straight to the point of today. Mazi, the issue we're having in Biafra land is a Bible study. Bible study is one of the problems, and there's some people like where I am, close to Pastor Jakilome's house. We see a lot of our brothers from Ibocha, from River, from Calabar, from Imo, will be coming to learn how to read the Bible. Bible is a company. Bible is not a company. So our people are just entering into a slave. I was a prodigal son before, but now I'm not a son of a father. Because since I was listening to radio Biafra, my brain and my ears are open. I'm learning every day. Which I used to tell people, listen to radio Biafra, your brain will open. So Mazi, we go back to our roots. Our people should stop doing Bible study. Since we are reading Bible up to now, we are moving nowhere. We will still remain where we remain up to tomorrow. So we should stop that Bible study, stop going to church to read the Bible. That's the issue I want to let you know for this evening. Thank you, Mazi.
There were. Thank you very much. And let me pick this caller, Mazi. I think Mazi Akas. It's been a long time, not ago. You'll be the last caller. Mazi, welcome to the program. Mazi Akas.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
There were. Happy.
Good evening from here.
Happy New Year.
I wish you the same, my brother. I thank you, Mazi. It has been a long time. May God continue to bless you. Continue to give you the strength to do the needful always. I don't know where to start, but I thank Jugo Kabiama that we are still alive today. And Mazi, here, I got an accident, but thank God I'm alive.
My goodness
And,
me, really?
Yes,
maybe what metra
Agram anyway, also for Makangele Tokum of Manon, Manachuku Weze. Now, I can na this struggle. We must continue until Biafra is restored.
Oh, sorry.
Mazi, we thank God for everything, and concern this religion of a thing. And when I go to the zoo and I saw what is happening there, Mazi, is terrible. And the way they are deceiving people, trying to corner people not to do the needful, even when the people are crying. They will go to the church to go and seek for refuge. Instead of these pastors to tell them the truth that the problem they have is government, they will be lying to them and tell them God is in control. They should be praying for the politicians to repent. You'll be wondering which type of evil people are this. And Mazi, do you know where this pains me a lot? That these people knows the truth. I don't know the type of envelope this government of Nigeria is giving these GOs that they are deceiving people in front of people. They'll be deceiving them. People are Mazi, the worst one now is in Nigeria. People are being flogged because of a loaf of bread. And I tell them mother talent. They are begging for food. But one of our brother was preaching, he said, Biafrans we've been in this shoe of suffering. Right from the time 1967, the war, we see Kwashoko. They took our money. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much you have in bank, they give you only 20 pounds. Today, it is still the same Biafrans are holding the economy of that country. So we can never beg. The more we are suffering, the more we get our brains open to. We can never beg. It doesn't matter how God wants to destroy that country until we are free. We can never beg in Nigeria. It's impossible. Only to get money to eat, but not to stay in the street to do a malamajri or to stand in thousands of queue to seek for a bread to chop. You could hear that now. If you are going to church, make use of your brain. If you are going to church, make use of your brain. Know what, if any judge tell you something that you don't, just stand up and go. They are all deceivers. They are all deceivers. They know the truth, but they don't want to tell you the truth because they need your tithe and offering. They need your tithe and offering. This is why you'll be hungry. A pastor, instead of him to find something to give you to eat, he will give you fasting and prayer on top of it. Nigeria, believe me, India worship God of Momo.
They don't like any one of them. They are all seekers of their stomach and their family to make sure they are fine. If their members are dying, they don't care. People should wise up and understand that what we are preaching in this radio Biafra, we are not preaching to stick against any of their idiotic what they are doing, but we are trying to open the people's eye for them to know that their situation, what they are doing today is not the right thing. Before we are worshiping God. How can you take another religion to replace your own? Is it not only idiots can do that? This is what we are saying here, Radio Biafra. Mazi, bless you. But we must continue. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. We must continue. This is where I'm going to switch off the phone. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we must continue what we are doing. There is no going back. Going back is even standing still is already we perish. So we must move forward. That is it. Let me reiterate, what we are doing is to educate our people. It doesn't matter how you see it, but we must touch every facet of our life, because these are the things that are holding us down. We have sentiments, and religion pumps these sentiments to the highest level of stupidity, so that we can be used, deceived at will. Somebody will come and tell you, look at, I was watching, is it Pastor Adebayo, going to church with Rolls Royce, with military personnel that are armed to the teeth, everybody, protecting him. But you see, the poor people, the poor masses that contributed this money, they are shouting, oh, it's God. Now you gather. Do you know when 10,000 people gathers and be contributing even 1,000 naira? You know what it means? It's millions and millions every time. Now, this same person that is telling you, promising you that God will bless you, but you are blessing him. He is receiving human blessing from you. What? Why? Does it make sense? If he can have power to pray, God will give him money. Why is it he should pray in his house and God will throw money from him, throw everything, and he will come and share you? But instead, no. He will come and promise you heaven and earth from God. But the little one you have in your pocket, he will collect it. The tithe, 10%. Do you know what is 10%? Do you know what is 10%? How much is VAT? Oyedekbo, yes. Thank you, my brother. Oyedekbo. How much value tax? How many percent? Some 8%. Some, it depends. But you are giving pastor 10% each person. Sometime this new year, they say you bring the first your salary of the first month of the year. Do you know what it means? When thousands of people do the same thing, that is what he's enjoying. But he's promising you heaven, you heaven, this and that. We want to common sense. Common sense is not common. When you are going to one church or the other, you believe that whatever you see or whatever good thing that happens to you is because of your pastor's prayer, or you are going to that church. It's life from the pit of hell. It's normal thing happening to everybody, whether you believe in Christ or whether you believe in stone or whether you believe in Muhammad or whether you don't believe on anything or whether you believe in Omenalo, whether you it's normal life thing that is happening to everybody. But because you have that faith anchored in one church or one so-called man of dog, now anything that you see, if you go to market today and sell, you say it's because of the prayers of their pastor. It's a lie. Your neighbor that is not praying to the pastor is praying to the pastor. They are selling. You are, after all, the goods you are importing, you didn't manufacture it. You are importing it from China, isn't it? From Turkey, from Germany, from Japan. These they don't even know who your God is. They don't know. They don't believe. So it's something natural that is happening. But they anchor because you are gullible. Now anything that happens, because they anchor you, they use word and make you to anchor your belief. Anything that happens to you, you say it's God, it's their God, because you know that is gullibility. These people are progressing because you are foolish. It's your foolishness that makes them progressing. If everything is okay, the country is fine, and people are awakened, working. No person, all these pastors, some of them will become bus conductors. I'm telling you honestly. Some of them will become dioburu because they will not deceive. They cannot deceive people again. Are you hearing me? But in our own land, the people are easily deceived because of the evil system. No government, everybody is sentenced to hustle and feed yourself. So people now must anchor their belief and their faith in one thing or the other in order to at least appease them, to make themselves happy. Oh, this is what is making me go progress. Oh, my enemies are you. It is not your enemies that is holding your destiny. It is Nigerian government. It is the system that is holding your destiny, not your brothers or sisters. These people that they are prophesying, this is not prophecy. They are causing division, divide and rule. They are cutting you off from your people, from your brothers and sisters, for them to be able to control you more, for them to be the anchor of your manipulation. They manipulate you. How would they do that? They cause enmity between you and your brothers, so that you don't trust any of your siblings, so that you suspect everybody around you. Now you trust him, and anything you do, you go and inform him. He will suck you dry. That is how they do. So religion is also one of the main colonial legacies that is lingering in our heads today. Ask yourself, we have churches everywhere in our land, but does it impact on the character of people? Does it impact positively on our livings? The answer is no. Then why you continue going on the road that doesn't do anything good for you? China that is producing, they don't believe in what you believe. They don't care. They believe in human being. How can you be made to trust a spirit that you are not seeing? Whereas humans, you are programmed to respect something you don't see. Whereas so human being, you see that you're supposed to fight for everybody's goodness. You don't care. That is evil. And that is what we are against. You understand? Stop allowing them to use religion to manipulate you. I was thinking that I could have gotten a call for vibrant debates. I don't know, but I don't see. I don't know. But what I know is that religion makes people, they don't like to debate because there is no logic. Faith is opposite of logic, opposite of knowledge. That is it. What are you going to debate? That a manna will fall from heaven, that Elijah was taken up to heaven. Is that debate what you read? Is that what we are? That is the thing. How can people that killed our ancestors? How can people that both criminals, they are European criminals that were released to come and kill Africans? They will bring God for you. And it's a God that will make you prosper. Their God. Oh, stop lying to yourself. I am telling you. Stop lying to yourself. You are living in Kuka land. As our brother say, that is the same thing to me. If we are talking and all you are quoting is a book of Malachi, say my respect on you will go down immediately, because I know that you are a zombie. There is nothing I can talk, because you are in a cage, thinking inside the cage, nothing more. You have to come out of the cage. Now you see the wider world, the wider situation of things. Now you face the reality and facts. That is it. Thank you for listening. Before I go, I will read IPOB press release for today. Today being the 17th. Let me read it quickly. Warning regarding the continued insecurity in Enugu. That is IPOB press release of 17th February 2024, Obochiorie. The attention of the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the leader, by the great liberator and prophet, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been drawn to the frequent and continuous kidnapping of the citizens of a Hamufu community and their suffering in the hands of the Fulani terrorists, jihadists, and the bandits. The Fulani terrorist herdsmen kidnapped Mazi Ogechukwu Ago and Mazi Chukwuma Ago in a Hamufu on 31st January 2024 in their farms. This happened in Ezuvu, Ama, Obelebe, Abo, and Ehamufu. IPOB has drawn a line in the sand for the Fulani jihadist bandits operating as herdsmen in these areas. IPOB will not spare any Fulani terrorists masquerading as herdsmen in that community. Comment Pitamba, your plans have started working in Enugu State and it will bounce back on your head because IPOB will be the stumbling block on your way to Fulanize Enugu State. The people of Kanu East and West must be very careful because the Fulani headsmen claiming to be their son have agreed to bargain with their ancestral lands to give them over to the Fulani jihadists for his political interests, and IPOB will not allow him to follow through. IPOB leadership is ready now to deploy ESN operatives in that community and other communities surrounding it. Pitamba, prepare your men to come and support your Fulani kidnappers in our forests and bushes. We wonder how Pitamba would allow what happened 2 years ago to repeat itself between ESN and the Fulani genocide jihadists again in Enugu State. Pitamba, your wickedness cannot succeed in this matter. Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi can help you with the statistics if you failed to pay attention in the events of the recent past. ESN should be ready to move into that place to stop the Fulani armed terrorist herdsmen, and Pitamba and his government should prepare the Nigerian terrorists in uniform to come and support the Fulani jihadists as usual. Comrade Emapawa for Media and Publicity Secretary for the indigenous people of IPOB. This is a press release of today, being the 17th day of February 2024. Tatabo Bochiorie. Therefore, there is also this, although I will expatiate on it more during the coming days on my subsequent programs, about, it is now constitutional for regions, for states to, produce their own electricity. And the so-called Eastern or Southeastern governors are giving the contract to Enugu EEC. Let me, what is the company's name of Emeka Ofo? Why? Somebody that has been sucking our people illegally, EEDC. Somebody that has been conniving with the Fulani government in order to suck us dry. That is who they are still counting on. Somebody that is using his electrical company in order to collect electricity bills that they didn't enjoy. Why is it so? It is high time our people look at the environment and know what is happening even in the government, so that they will resist. They will resist and understand that, look, there are things you can do. There are things you can do. As a citizen, there are things you can also resist and clamor, campaign that it is not right, because you are the person, you are the people suffering it. You understand me? You are the people suffering it, paying electric bill that you didn't consume. Why not people now coming out in order to try to look for other ways of producing electricity? Because before, electricity in Nigeria is under exclusive list, which means you are not allowed to even produce electricity for your own community if you want to do it, because it is the same way they have federal roads. You cannot touch it. Even if you have the money, you want to fix it, you cannot. They will tell you it's a federal road. That was how electricity was there, Electricity was on exclusive list, but it's now being removed from from exclusive list. Now, why are they still using Enugu Electricity Distribution Company of Emekofo? Why? The same company that is duping our people, sucking our people. The Nigerian caliphate. What they do is to empower enemies of our people in order to use them to continue torturing our people. But it's high time sometimes our people rise up and say, no, we shouldn't do it. After all, you are in a democracy, so-called democracy. But our people, instead of looking into all these things, they continue going to church thinking that their solution is in the church. Your helper will come from God. This lie. Your helper is human being, not God. You don't see God, for goodness sake. Stop being gullible. It is human being, please. Look at all these things that are suffering you, that are making you suffer. You have to form hands together and join hands together in order to fight it. As human beings, don't think that there is one spirit that will come and do all these things for you. You are being deceived. That is I call them none for this. Biafra remains our destiny. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our identity. And nothing more than Biafra. That is the only thing. So, without Biafra, we are nothing, for your information. So, thank you for listening. Tomorrow is another day. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. From here, it is simply good evening.
And all these names for all these people, it was so very interesting. I also admire your intelligence, the way you analyze issue. I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I really love when I see brilliant Africans making analysis on things that affect their country. So that's why I've been following you. I try calling in, and it's very difficult to get in. So tonight, when you have this StreamYard link, I'm like, okay, this is my opportunity. And I'm so lucky to be the last person to speak as well.
Thank you so much.
I'm happy to be here.
Yes.
Yeah, so I may not be a Nigerian, but I'm not a stranger to Nigeria. Let me first of all give a background of who I am so people understand what I'm going to say and why I'm saying it. I immigrated to Nigeria in the year 2000. I was 15 years old. Obasanjo just took over in 1999, a year before I arrived. I did my primary school in Nigeria, secondary school, wrote my WAEC in Nigeria. I went to New Horizons College in Niger State, Minna. I live in the Middle Belt. I've been to Kwara State many times. I speak Hausa very well. So I'm a half Nigerian, I will say, because I live in that country for more than 10 years. And I spend most part of my life there, and I have friends, family up till now in Nigeria. So if you wrote common entrance and you wrote WAEC, you should know Nigerian history, you should know the politics. And me being a Pan-Africanist, I have followed through most of the political activities in Nigeria. So that's what gave me, just to give you a background of who I am, so that I will be able to make analysis on the ongoing issues in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please.
Yeah. So I tried learning Yoruba, but I did not. I speak Hausa perfectly, because when you live in the north, Hausa is the common language there. So next to it, because I live in the Middle Belt, close to Kwara State, so you have Yoruba language, but the Kwara people, sometimes some of them speak Hausa as well. So my Yoruba is not good. So what I want to speak here tonight, Mayogun, the issue of Nigeria. I'm from Liberia, by the way. The name of my country is Liberia. And if you know Liberia, Nigeria helped us in the 90s when we had civil war in our country. Liberia was falling apart. We fought civil war, from 1999 down to 2003, and Nigerian forces helped quench the civil war in Liberia. So Nigeria was the hope of the continent, the giant of Africa, the country we all look up to and say, one day in the future, this is going to be our China. This is going to be our United States. If Nigeria succeeds, Africa succeeds. Every African, especially if you live in West Africa area, I'm not talking about regular people or people who really analyze issues, you will know that Nigeria was the hope of the continent. But unfortunately, in the last 10 years, we've seen Nigeria going down the drain. We've seen Nigeria promising future now becoming dashed, and we've seen that it seems that there's no hope. So when people are making a lot of analysis, I come in and tell them that this is my own understanding. The problem in Nigeria is a summary of what is happening in all of African countries, which is number one, the way we got independence, the institutions that we inherited were not decolonized. It's like the colonial masters made a deal with people we call freedom fighters, and they replaced them. They just replaced the white Oyibo with our black brother who continue the colonial legacy. And I will give you an example. Your police is a typical colonial police. During the colonial era, the police was meant to protect the colonial elite. The police was there to beat up the people, subdue them, and terrorize them to protect the colonial masters. That's what the African police do now. That's what the Nigerian police does. The elite of the colonial era, they were bourgeoisie who lived in Africa, but then their real home is London. Their hospital is Paris. When the colonial masters get sick, they take them to Lisbon, they take them to Paris, they take them abroad to go to get treated in the what they call the metropole. And the Africa was the farm, was the place they work, was where is where you extract the natural resources. The London is where you go to enjoy it. Our elite are following the same pattern. The educational institutions were designed to make the colonial masters to look like saviors and tell the people who have been exploited to appear as if they are being indebted. They have to be grateful to the colonial masters for giving them education. Why that education was actually a miseducation. If you watch our education today, it followed the same pattern. The religion was created to pacify the public in order for them not to stage a revolution. The colonialists were in bed with the religious masters. They tell the people to calm down. In fact, our traditional rulers, some of them were compromised. Those of them who refused to compromise were removed from their throne. If you compromise with the colonial system, then you remain on your throne. Today is the same thing. Our traditional leader have to compromise with the men in Abuja, the unknown forces in Abuja, in the capital. They have to connive with them to destroy your destiny. Now, all I'm saying here is that the colonial system continues, but it has just changed face. It just have a black face on it. So I say this to tell you, when people say, let's divide Nigeria, let's break up the country, let's have a Yoruba nation, let's have a Igbo nation. As a Pan-Africanist, I'm sad because our philosophy was to create a black United States of Africa. So when we see now that a country like Nigeria cannot survive, that means that our theory has been debunked. But here is what we tell people. It doesn't matter if you divide Nigeria today into 7 countries. The same elite who are in bed with London, who are in bed with these forces in Europe, they will be the same elite who will take over this country. Example, South Sudan and Sudan. Did South Sudan become better after they broke out from Sudan? I don't think so. Many countries are broken up in Africa after independence, but it was the same elite who were transported to those new countries. The main people who wanted actual freedom were killed, were removed. Those who wanted real transformation were replaced with the bourgeoisie. Then the second thing I want to say, the forces, the internal forces that are working in African countries are against the people. If you look at Nigeria very well today, you can determine the future of Nigeria by looking at the forces that are controlling Nigeria. What are these internal forces? One, the religious group. I grew up in northern Nigeria. I went to school there. I was born a Muslim. I studied the Quran. I went to, if you have been to Niger State, Mina, if you know the institution called IET, Islamic Education Trust in Mina, controlled by Sheikh Ahmed Lemu. Those are the people that brought me up. They gave me scholarship. I went to that school in New Horizons College. I graduated there. I learned the Quran. I was a Muslim until I started traveling, and I decided to put religion aside. What I saw in northern Nigeria is that these people were colonized twice. They were first colonized by the Sokoto Caliphate through the Islamic Revolution. They were still under that colonialism, then the British colonialism came. So they are not in alignment with you in the South. You don't understand. They are operating under two influence of colonial culture that they have inherited. One, they inherited an extreme version of Islam called Wahhabism, which even Saudi Arabia is trying to abolish and embrace modernity. This northern Nigeria inherited an archaic, outdated Islamic view that came from Baghdad and Saudi Arabia those days. They inherited it. And it is very much entrenched in their culture. They do not believe in Nigeria as long as they are not on top. As long as Islam, though, for them, the vision for Nigeria is for Islam to triumph. That's the understanding for them. The destiny of Nigeria must lean toward Islamic revolution. That is the elite, the agenda. I'm not talking about the ordinary people on the street. They don't know what's going on. But the elite, that was the thinking of Usman Danfodio. That was the thinking of Sir Amadou Bello. That was the thinking of all this elite that came up. The design, when they took over the army, you don't understand why they influenced the army in Nigeria. Their vision is to lead what Islamic revolution. Now, for you guys in the South, you had only one colonialism, which is the European. That's why there are people, Chris, John, Johnson. When you are tired of European colonialism, you fall back to your culture. They don't have no culture to fall back to. They only have Islamic extremism to fall back to when they are angry. That's why every riot in the North take an Islamic tune. Any fight, any fighting has to take an Islamic tune. They do not have any ideology or philosophy to fight with other than Islam. And this make you guys to live in two different planets, but yet you are trying to build a country. For me, even as a Pan-Africanist who want Africa to be together, I can tell you that northern and southern Nigeria cannot survive. I'm sorry to tell everyone, it will not survive.
I'm going to ask Sekou, just for you to take a breath. You are indeed surprised a lot of us tonight. And when I say surprised, not because of the detailed in-depth of your own understanding of Nigeria, but the fact that we weren't expecting this long sort of, reorientation, kind of. A lot of people were glued that it is actually coming from someone who is not a Nigerian. You sort of mesmerized us. And because of this, I think I chose right to end the program with you tonight, okay? So you seem to know even better. And using your own perspective now, understanding of the both world and being an Africanist and all that, one of the things you said tonight that sort of got me a little bit emotional is to listen to a fellow African brother to express how disappointed. I actually saw your face dropped, right? When you said you are, as an African, as a Pan-Africanist, and somebody who has been to Nigeria, and the situation of Nigeria today breaks your heart to see that Nigeria is tilting towards a total balkanization. That is something to an average Nigerian, which, as you know yourself, we don't give a damn anymore. It's like we have seen enough. It's like we are done. However, to somebody like yourself, looking from both within and from without, okay, and you can see, do you see a chance of this north-south to continue to coexist under this current arrangement? Whatever any solution anybody brings about, right? Do you even see that from your own experience? Because now you can tell, you have actually analyzed these fault lines between the north and the south, and we sort of saw them as blood lines for decades until the last 10 years, like you rightly sort of acknowledged. Last time, 10 years saw Nigeria and Nigerians taken to where a lot of us never envisaged, including the fault lines, the red lines, the north, the south. So 2024 and beyond, with what you know and what you have told us so far, you see Nigeria exists for another 10 years as the north and the south still, with the way things are going. I want to hear that.
I see. I'm not a prophet, okay, but we can look at the data and be able to say this is what we think will happen. I think the fact here is that Nigeria is going to experience a very, very serious trouble. That's very obvious, worse than it is right now. The reason being is that I spoke of the internal forces in Nigeria, and I just mentioned one, which is the religion. That is the ethnic side, which I have not touched. Now, if you look at, let's deal with that first internal problem, which is the religion. I follow one politician in Nigeria, in particular, who I love before Obi came on the scene. That was Showore, when he said, "Take it back." When he said, "Revolution now," people didn't understand. Nigeria needs a revolution. And when we say revolution, it's not just people moving on the street or what, a transformation of thinking and transformation of institution, complete transformation. Now, that transformation, even if you do it the way Showore wanted, you will have to do it twice. You will do one revolution for Nigeria, then you will do another revolution for the North. Anything you do to Nigeria, you have to do it twice in the North before it will succeed. You take your NSAS, for example. When all of you in the South were running around to change the police, did you see the North move?
No.
You think they care? They did not move. They didn't see the North. As soon as you start protesting in Lagos, the Eastern Nigerians start to feel it immediately. They start to protest. When something happened to Mohbad, you see people talking. Watch the social media. When you see people start talking in Western Nigeria, it moves straight to the east, it moves straight to the other part. The North doesn't budge. It does not move. You need 2 times that revolution to bring the North into the picture. And said they are using this population democracy where who vote, the religious extremists in the North will continue to use these uneducated, illiterate people to continue to vote the wrong people in power. For that, they have taken Nigeria hostage. And those of you who want real change for Nigeria, they will isolate you. They will isolate you. They will make sure that you become the enemy of the state. And if you don't take time, they will eliminate you one by one until this pact that they created, South-North, which is a fake pact that they created. You know, Buhari, then after that, Tinubu will rule, then another Yoruba. The truth is, the extremists in the North are looking for elements, religious, Islamic element in the Yoruba ethnic group to use them to destabilize that mighty people who have built empires like Oyo and other places long before anything. But they are looking for some weak elements. Like Tinubu is a weak element. People think he's powerful, but he's a weak element in the Yoruba war. These are the weak elements they want to use to be able to push the Islamic agenda. People have been telling you that Islamic agenda is a lie. No, it's true. I can tell you that I was born a Muslim. My people have been Muslim since the 7th century. I'm a Madinga. And we have been Muslim. There is nobody in my ethnic group who is Christian. All my people have been Muslim. And I studied Islam in northern Nigeria. And I'm telling you, the agenda is to push that country toward Islamic agenda or destroy it completely. So to your question, I will tell you that Nigeria does not have a bright future for now. It doesn't have a bright future for now. The elements that are in the north, and most of them are receiving grants. Some of them, even in university, they are getting grants from this Qatar, and all the extreme Islamic group are giving them money. And they are building, their power is increasing day by day in the political system. They are even creating billionaires that eventually tomorrow they want to control western part of Nigeria. The East a little bit stubborn for them. Eastern Nigeria is stubborn. That's why they are isolating them. The isolation of so-called Igbo, it's not because Igbo hate Nigeria. Igbos are the most Nigerian than any Nigerian. They are every part of Nigeria you find them. They have their own problem for sure, like every African group. But the issue, they are not the problem. But they are acting a little bit stubborn to the Islamic agenda. So they have to be isolated. And to do that, you need one of the most powerful group, which is the Yoruba group. If you don't use Yoruba, you can't succeed. And the Yoruba group is very educated. So what do? You look for the weak one among them, which is the Islamized ones, and play on their religious sentiment. And then you destabilize the country. I can tell you, my friends, you need a revolution, but you need two revolutions. If every African country needs one, Nigeria needs two.
And we are all ears tonight, Sekou. Honestly speaking, it's such a pleasure to really have you with us tonight. And indeed, I always say something when I am lucky to come across brilliant minds and then so well endowed individuals like yourself. I said, well, I hope I am lucky again to have you on. Or
I'll always be on the People Parliament. I'll be following now.
No, trust me. You know what? Something I've discovered, or I am using this as an experiment as well, right? 2024 is going to have a proper, sort of a well-organized studio. Using this as an experiment as well, right? 2024 is going to have a proper, sort of a well-organized studio.
Again, I'm going to hand over the platform to Mazi Abanyim, the European representative. Mazi, please welcome to the program with your group. Over to you, please. Go on.
Thank you, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you so much. Good evening, Biafrans all over the world. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night to some of you, depending on your time zone, your location. Good evening, Biafrans in Europe. My name is Mazi Abanyim. I am the European representative of indigenous people of Biafra. I come from Ami Kechuku. Ami Kechuku is in Biafra, in all the province of Biafra land. So it is always a great pleasure to come to Radio Biafra once in a while to enlighten our people, to inform them, and to keep them abreast of what is going on in our struggle. Because information, they say, is power. And from that information, you gain knowledge. And knowledge gives you understanding. We found it very, very absolutely necessary. It has become imperative that we come on Radio Biafra to inform our people as to where we stand in our struggle for freedom. But before I go ahead, I would like to say one or two prayers to our people in Biafra land, especially the ESN and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is our supreme leader. I want to pray that Chukwu Okabiyama will continue to sustain him wherever he is. He has committed no crime known to law. That is obvious before the court and before every person in that contraption called Nigeria. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an innocent man, a prisoner of conscience. And because Chukwu Okabama is with him, those who are holding him have brought calamity upon themselves. Look at what is going on in the zoo since our leader was illegally abducted from Kenya, extraordinary rendition to Nigeria, and locked up in a solitary confinement at the DSS dungeon in Abuja. Nigeria will continue to see calamity. They will never know peace until the innocent Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released unconditionally and very soon. And those who have a hand in what happened to him, none of them shall live to see Biafra restored. That is what we stand for. Because Biafra is a spirit, you better go and ask those who have tried all their best, all their possible best to see if they can manage to collapse this struggle. But to their nightmare, it has become an impossible task. We have come to Radio Biafra to pray for ESN as well. ESN is our last line of defense. Our leader called them the finest of the finest army we have in this world, because they are fighting for ideology and not for money. Therefore, Chukwu Okabia will continue to sustain them, give them victory in every action they take to protect our land and people. Chukwu Okabia will also continue to protect the leadership that he put in place. It is obvious that he has transferred that anointing that he gave to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to the present leadership. And that's why whatever we do prospers. That's why we have been indomitable. That's why we have been consistent and unperturbed in the pursuit for our freedom. We pray for Mazi Chinedu, who is the head of directorate, and those who are working closely to him, that Chukwu Okabia will continue to shower them with more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, but most important, to be their shield and fortress. In the name of Chukwu Okabia, I have prayed. I want to also go ahead to inform our people, or to remind our people, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, from the onset, from the inception of this struggle, has made it clear that Radio Biafra is our only source of undiluted information. It's a place where we worship. But in recent days, since Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted, many have abandoned this platform. And that is why some of them have fallen into the hands of the enemy, because Radio Biafra is a hallowed platform. It is where you get knowledge, it is where you get understanding, and where you see the light. Because what you see everywhere now is darkness in that geological republic, because the absence of light is where you see darkness. So those who have abandoned Radio Biafra are wallowing in ignorance, in darkness, and that is why some of them will tell you that they are confused. And that's why some of them will go out of their way to follow somebody who has never been a member of IPOB and who will never be a member of IPOB, and will suffer a hired agent from the zoo called Nigeria to come and disrupt what we are doing. A hired agent who came from the back door to see if you can gain access to the leadership of this struggle, that they may hijack it. But as God may have it, they have failed woefully, and they will continue to fail. We have come to tell Biafrans that Radio Biafra is the light. It is the light unto your feet and the lamp unto your path, according to Psalm 119, for those of you who are Christians. Psalm 119 says that. So if you miss Radio Biafra, you will be wallowing in darkness. This is where we worship. So I want to use this medium to encourage our people. Those who are rushing to Facebook or YouTube to go and get their information, bear in mind that most of the channels where you go, what you hear there are the things that are bringing confusion to your head. Because those guys who are, there, some of them are there to make money. So they have to tell you what you want to hear. And by hearing, you become corrupt, become confused. Come to Radio Biafra and get undiluted truth to help you understand and digest where we stand in this struggle and where we are heading to. Mazi Chinedu comes on Radio Biafra to give you information, undiluted information as to what is happening in Biafra land. Mazi Chinedu, the head of directorate, do come to Radio Biafra to make important announcements. Once in a while, Lola Kanu, the wife of our leader, also comes on Radio Biafra to address Biafrans. And whenever she speaks the mind of her husband. If you believe and truly believe that you are a follower of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you do well to listen to these people. And as we have come to this platform to speak, we are speaking the mind of the leader of this struggle. So therefore, we want Biafrans to be aware that there is fire on the mountain. The recent happenings in the struggle is self-explanatory. They have closed our account in Germany and turn around to point fingers on Chinedu and the rest of us. They closed the account in America, they turn around to point the fingers on us. But we all, those who are close to this leadership, those who are constantly listening to Radio Biafra, we know the truth. We know that the enemies have come to collapse this struggle by all means possible. First of all, they want to collapse our finances. That is one of the pillars of this struggle. That's why they are frustrating this leadership of funds, so that without funds we cannot run the struggle and everything will collapse. But we are always 7 steps ahead of them. They have also attacked the ESN, which is another pillar of this struggle. They claim that they are ESN themselves. They change their names all the time. They change their titles. They claim to be disciples of Nnamdi Kanu. After being a disciple, you become the prime minister or crime minister, trying to then overthrow the person you're supposed to be following. They made promises to Biafrans that Biafra will be restored in 150 days. Nobody's asking questions. That 150 days has come and gone. They also boasted that they have acquired fighter jets to destroy the so-called Nigeria. Nobody's asking the question, where did you back the jet? They also boasted of having warship that is going to come and destroy Nigeria. The gullibles keep following sheepishly without asking questions. That's why it is absolutely necessary that you come to Radio Biafra, get enlightenment and get knowledge that the people that we have in our land, we have come to to save them, to protect them, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw this many years before they are beginning to unfold in our own eyes. That's why we are doing what we are doing. We can never turn around to kill the same people we have come to protect. But those who claim to be fighting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release are the ones killing the same people we have come to protect. Killing poor market women who are coming out on Monday to do their businesses, you kill them. You put a seat at home for 2 weeks so that those who are the peasants who must come every day to make their living, you keep them indoors so that they may starve. This is the height of wickedness. It has nothing to do with the struggle. If releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is what you can achieve by sitting at home. What have you achieved for the past 2 years sitting at home? Nothing. Because the Nigerian government doesn't want to know whether you sit at home or not. The pain is only on the Biafran people. Nigeria has no economy, talk less of the economy that you are going to inflict injury on them. When they don't have money, they go and borrow money. They don't care whether the economy is going up or going down. So you cannot keep trying the same thing and getting the same result, and you keep trying the same thing. In this struggle, we have learned to change strategies and make sure we achieve our goal. You can't keep doing the same thing and getting the same result, and you keep doing the same thing. Sit at home, sit at home, sit at home, achieve nothing. This particular leadership of IPOB worldwide have changed different strategies to ensure gotten what we want, to ensure that we are going to achieve it, because when you use one strategy and it doesn't work, you have to brainstorm and see what else you can do to make headway. But this is to show you that they have come to steal, to kill, to maim, and to destroy. Their aim is only to collapse this family, to commit atrocities and hang it on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because there's no amount of years you are going to sit at home that will make Nigeria government to do what they don't want to do. But there are many ways to kill a rat, and that's why this leadership is doing what we are doing, which we are not at liberty to tell you in the public. But those who are watching closely will see with their eyes the result of the work of this leadership. They have done everything to make us come and they tell them what we have in mind, what our plans are, but that's not going to happen. Remember when our leader bought the transmitter in London, sent it to Biafra land, they started saying he has embezzled our money, there's no transmitter. The pressure became too high. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went and took a picture of where the transmitter is in Biafra land and made it public. A few weeks later, the zoo came and arrested those who live in that house and took that transmitter till today. So for that, we have learned our lesson. There's no amount of pressure that will make us tell you what we want to do. But when you do it, you are going to see it with your eyes. We are not here to play, because many lives have been lost, blood have been shed, millions of us have been killed for this particular freedom, and we are not here to make money with it. We are not here to make money. Some people who call themselves relatives or siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has the mindset of turning this struggle to a franchise. And that is very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad that many people have died in this struggle. Many are still dying on a daily basis. And some people still have the guts to be making money out of the blood of our people. Freedom fighters never fight for money. If you are in this struggle and you are depending on the money you are going to get, or you are placed on salary, then you are not a freedom fighter. Freedom fighters fight for their ideology. They spend their own money, their own hard-earned money, not to embezzle what people are contributing to make sure that this struggle moves forward. So therefore, Biafrans, I will be calling on some of the coordinators who have come with me tonight. They will introduce themselves to you, and they will also say one or two things to let you know where we stand. We are here to tell you that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains our leader, our supreme leader. Mazi Chinedu remains the head of Directorate of State, deputized by Mazi Zurumi. There is nothing like Biafra government in exile. There is nothing like Prime Minister. There is nothing like Biafra spokesperson. All those nomenclature are the scheme of the enemy to try to see if they can destroy what we are doing, but they have failed woefully and they will continue to fail. And none of them who has soiled their hands in blood, the blood of our people, shall ever live to see this Biafra restored. In the name of Chukwu Keabiam. Let me call my deputy master Zayoba to say one or two things before other coordinators will be called upon to speak. Thank you, Biafrans. I will be here standing by as we go ahead. Thank you so much. All hail Biafra. Mazi Zayoba, please, I'm calling upon you to come and speak to our people who are listening attentively tonight regarding why we have come here tonight to this broadcast.
Our European rep, Mazi Abadim. Thank you very much. I hope I'm coming out clear from your end.
Yes, Mazi, go ahead. You are coming out clear.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you to our host tonight, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. And greetings to Biafrans all over the world and the IPOB family. Depending on your time zone, I'm greeting you, bringing you good tidings from my location here. My name remains Mazi Zayoba, and by the special grace of Almighty Chukwu Kabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra as the Deputy European Rep, and of course also a member of the Directorate. Thank you so much for coming around this evening to listen to us. Of course, my European Rep have said almost everything. Just to add a little bit spicy in what he has already said. Of course, I will not hesitate to realize the head and the leader of this movement, known as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is now in the DSS dungeon. He was kidnapped in Kenya and extraordinarily renditioned to Nigeria. He's a prisoner of conscience. The Nigerian competent court have discharged and acquitted this man, and Nigeria, that claims to be a democratic country, never ever obey their own rule of law. When the law does not favor them, they intend to bend it, which is exactly what they're doing, aided and are supported by the British. Of course, British are the one doing what they are doing in Nigeria. Nigeria is not a free country. Nigeria is not independent. Nigeria is a contraption. It's a British farm. That's what I call it. British farm. They call it themselves, British call it themselves, a fantastically corrupt country. It wasn't me that said it. It wasn't IPOB. It is British Prime Minister, sitting Prime Minister at the time, David Cameron, called Nigeria a fantastically corrupt country. And at the same time, President of the United States at the time also called Nigeria a shithole. And Nigeria have exhibited all this name in higher places. Of course, we know that Nigeria is a shithole. We are here tonight to reinstate and to reaffirm our solidarity with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Regardless where they had him, regardless where they are keeping him illegally, after the competent court of Nigeria have decided and acquitted him, we are solid behind him, standing shoulder to shoulder with him in this Biafra restoration quest or project, if you like. We are not going to back down. We are not going to retreat. We are not going to surrender. We are here to let our people know that every structure that is established by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of this great movement, is still intact and in place. And that's why you are seeing some members of national coordinators across Europe are going to coming out this week to be addressing you. It has started today. And few of them are going to talk after a few minutes. Of course, you know that this will continue because they are coming in badge by badge. We can't have all the national coordinators to speak tonight. So this set of group will speak tonight, and our other set will come out tomorrow, and the next according to the program. So this will reassure and tell our people, in the absence of Onyendu, in the absence of the attack, in the whole invasion of IPOB family, we want to let our people know that IPOB family are still intact anywhere they're located. It's quite unfortunate that some, disgruntled fellows have fallen apart. Onyendu mentioned 100 men. Also, but this is the stage where we are now. We are coming here this evening to let our people know that this Biafra and this movement led by Onyendu Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu, the heart of it cannot be allowed to see any corruption. And we are going to protect this Biafra restoration project. We are going to protect Onyendu. And we are letting the Nigerian state and their handlers and the British government know, with or without Onyendu, we are not going to back down, and we are going to restore Biafra in truth and honesty. No corrupt individual will be allowed to see the heart of this movement. You can only try, you will fail. That is a promise. You think when you kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you will collapse this movement. You try to install somebody who is never a part of this movement after nearly 10 years of hard work of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You want to introduce an infiltrator, somebody who have never at any given time been a part of this movement. You use your media preponderance in the zoo to eulogize him, to bring his name all over the place, that this is the person in the name of a disciple. And today, they are falling on the wayside because they are not meant for this Biafra restoration. They can only make noise wherever they are. They continue to make their noise until we came to their domot to shake hand with him as a coward, as useless as he is, as a mouth-making basket mouth. He went on a hiding. He never come out to address his fellow Biafrans as he claimed to be. He disappeared. He didn't show up anywhere until we left. He came out today bragging with the military regalia and wearing the helmet that we are using to ride a bicycle here and the motorbike. Using your brain to mess your brain up. Killing our people with impunity. With the sponsor, heavy sponsored. And it's quite unfortunate that Onyendu announced this thing to our people. That Nigeria have mapped out to set out billions of dollars. That many of our people will be buyed. Many of our people will be bought. Many of our people will be deceived. Many of our people will be sent to early grave. Our people refuse to listen. And today it has happened. Pregnant woman being shot in the street of Biafra land. Unborn child baby being killed by these infiltrators. Our children in the schools being pulled up from their schools. Teachers lie down in the open being flogged by the criminals themselves that claim that they are fighting for the same children. How can anyone attribute this kind of criminals to IPOB? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have laid his life for. His parents died in this struggle. And we are here to reaffirm that we are not going to tolerate this. Anybody, any individual, any group involved in intimidating and harassing and killing our people will never be forgiven. We can never forgive them. The same people who come out yesterday accusing IPOB leadership, the same people who came to blackmail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the same people who kidnapped him are the ones that are blackmailing IPOB, are the ones that are working so hard to put themselves in the position of the leadership. Everything is there in the open for us, for everybody to see. The same group of people, until they naked themselves in the open, Even their women, they call themselves Umada Highway. They call themselves different kinds of name until the same people naked themselves in the open. Their gangling leader have no shame. He took the nakedness of our woman, an Igbo woman, and posted it on the internet. This is something that our people don't know. He claimed to be fighting for Biafra, and he took the